Yes, yes, yes. I know. I hear you. I hear you. You're like, when the hell is Wolfborg starting? Yes, yes. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm here. We're here. We're here for Chaos Head. That's right. Chaos Head. Get some more. Ugh. This is empty. It's empty. This one's got some, though. We're good. We are good. Ready to go. I got a haircut today. How's it look? Is it really good? Is it okay? Is it good? Is it good? I don't know. I mean, it might be hard to, like, tell from the angle that I usually have it at, I guess. I don't know. My barber is still dealing with dating Emma Watson. I explained the story a little bit in Nyan stream. But it's a interesting story. I don't remember if I've told it on stream before. I don't want to get into the full thing right now because it's a whole thing, okay? But my barber has been thinking that he's been dating Emma Watson since, like, Christmas or whatever. And not only does he actually believe he's been dating Emma Watson, he even went so far as to start cheating on his girlfriend Emma Watson. And now, as of today, apparently he says they're married, even though he's never met her in person. And, like, he didn't even have to be there for the marriage certificate or sign anything. Supposedly, Emma Watson used her connections to get them legally married. And now it's just you know, once you get your passport, I'll have my people set up a direct flight for you. I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is definitely some kind of identity fraud thing that they're just gonna try and go on with that. But you know, people have tried to explain to him that this is a scam. He doesn't care. I don't know. Good luck to him in his journey. I believe in him. Okay, let's see. Alright. Before we begin Chaos Head, our goal to improve stream memes. First of all, if I go to this scene, are my alerts on? I would like them to be on. Yes, they are on. We are cooking, indeed. Now, I will go to trigger fire and sound alerts. And we'll do one big change. This is a huge change. Huge. Huge. Let me go back to camera only. Hold on. So the change that we're going to be doing is we have the text-to-speech meme for the redeems. Let me test to make sure it's still working. I turned off the Japanese one. We're not doing that anymore. Where is it? This is a test of the TTS.
This is a test of the TTS.
Bro, why did it break up like that a bit? Testing, test, test. Oh, I forgot to redeem when I did that. You're supposed to redeem when you do that. Let me try that again. Try that again. Where'd it go? Here it is.
Testing test. Test.
Okay, so we want sound alert turned up so that I can actually hear that. However, every sound that's in sound alert, we need to move to trigger fire so that trigger fire can be turned up to a certain volume for that and not be turned up to a certain volume for sound alerts. This is what we have to do. This is what we want to achieve to improve our streams. Okay, so to do this, here's what we do. We go to sound alerts. Streamer login, sure, I will do this. Login with Twitch, yeah, sure, whatever. Okay. How do I change the settings here? of like which ones are there. My alerts. Here we go. Okay, can I download some of these sounds? Does it let me? This one just didn't play anything when I hit the preview button. This just doesn't play anything when I hit the preview button. Nah, that's cool. You know, I didn't need it anyways. I didn't want it to play. I really didn't want it to play. Why is the channel points one play, but not the extension one? Bruh also does not play. What about Yikes? Yikes does not play. Ooh does not play. FBI open up? Does not play. None of these things
Here
play.
comes a big one!
Okay, Here Comes a Big One plays. For some reason, it's the only one that plays on this website. For the preview. Why don't the other ones play for the preview? Do they offer me the chance to download the sound? Open sound. I don't think it offers me the option to download the sound. Okay, let's test out claiming one of them. Because some of them are 0 bits. FBI open up is like 100 bits, which is like $1, right? I don't think nobody's actually used that to pay for bit. Nobody actually pays for that though, right? Have they? I don't believe I've gotten bits on this channel in ages. Because I believe it's just a redeem thing. Unless I've been getting bits this whole time. And I just didn't realize it. Hold on. Where at my fucking video producer thing? Okay. Where'd it be? Monetization? Where's like revenue or whatever? Like, is there a way for me to see? Stream manager. Okay. Activity feed. Okay. Can I like filter to like bit memes? Yeah, it doesn't say there's been any. So that must not be it. FBI open up recently was through the sound alert. FBI open up. Oh, okay, so I understand. So you can redeem it through the channel thing, or you can redeem it through paying bits. I made it that way. And people are not using the bit version. I mean, that's fine. I don't care. We don't want to use the bit version. But I can't remove it from there immediately because that's where the sound is hosted. Okay, maybe I don't want to deal with this right now. Maybe we don't deal with that right now, you know? Maybe that's a little much. Maybe that's just a little much. I may or may not want to turn up my AC too. I may or may not. Let's see. FBI open up. Is it going to preview it? Is it going to be loud? It did not. Okay. It just doesn't... Okay. So if I like... The text-to-speech thing is just quiet. That's the whole thing. Okay, true. The fuck was that? I don't know what that was. I don't know if I should be concerned about whatever that was. Wait, what is this video? Hold on.
TTS has been a thing for a while now. You know, people use TTS in donations when they subscribe and stuff like that. But what if I told you that you can have TTS as a channel point reward on Twitch?
Yeah.
Want to know how? Watch this video. If you guys don't know already, my name is Agent. I'm a full-time partner Twitch streamer on
Are
Twitch.
you?
Link down in the description. If you want to stop in and say hi, I stream every single day except Sundays. I'm going to show you how you can actually set up.
Alright, they linked something. Custom Twitch channel points. Use the new site. This site is old and rusty. Isaiah Creates bot. Play a funny sound clip. Time out of chatter. Ask the magic ball question. Tell your fortune. Okay,
This
so it's
is
got...
a funny message. This is a funny message.
Haha. It's a very funny message indeed.
This is a funny message.
Okay. Log in. Authorize whatever this fucking thing is. And then my channel gets hacked. Probably. Go to dashboard. Okay. Welcome to Grady's bot. Let me turn this on again. Wait, can I show my screen? Is this a thing I can do? Is this a thing I'm allowed to do? Wait, post this. I forgot to post on the blue skies. Is this allowed? Is this allowed? No, okay, so there you go. Is this supposed to be better to use for this? It's first time on the dashboard, I can figure it out. I'm a big boy. I can figure out how your fucking magic works. I'll move this to the other screen, but the others I'll show. Okay. Where's the desktop view? Do I have a desktop view set up? Is it this one? Okay, shit's a little fucked in this scene. We're gonna go back for a second. Is it new 2? Okay, we're gonna copy new 2, duplicate new 2 to stream desktop new. Okay, good. In this scene, we will show, not just the game scene, we will now show, well, 2 things. First of all, media source. We're going to get the waiting music into here. Boom. And then we'll just mute it if we need to in the future. But we don't. We're going to leave it on. Then, we're going to add in the desktop source. Where is it? Where? Where are you? Display capture? Here we go. Desktop. Boom. Get the right one. Boom. Perfect. Perfect. And then we accidentally put that in the Goku folder, and then shit's fucked. There we go. Okay, we don't need game on this scene. So just desktop, and then we will shrink it a bit. It's like about here. Yeah, there you go. I think that should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Now. Wait, everything else is working in this scene, right? Yeah, everything's fine. And the alerts are here, and the alerts are on. Okay, cool. Alright, so this is the new thing that it says to do. Hold on, actually, I don't know if it's going to show weird shit when I start looking for these things. The alert URL. Okay, we're just going to copy the alert URL. And then add that into the scene, right? Okay, so let's add it in. Add it up. Add it up. Actually, can I just add the group thing? Wait, should I add the group thing? Twitch alerts, trigger fire alerts, and sound alerts. We want, like, all the same one, right? Hold on. I'm going to delete those for a second in the scene. And then we're going to add group, add existing alerts. Boom. Then we just put those where they were before, which is like here. Okay, cool. That's there. That's going to take up the whole screen. And you're going to be like here. We'll put you like here. Boom. 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 Okay. Then if I go back to a scene like the Chaos Head scene, the alerts will also be in the same similar locations, right? Yes. Yeah, you are kind of weird now. Kind of weird, champ. You're kind of weird, champ, now. Wait, how do the alerts look in general? Over here, too? Oh my god, they are weird, champ, everywhere. Hold on, we have to undo things. This is why I don't do it like that. This is why we don't do it like that. It's just weird. Okay. Trigger fire takes up the whole screen. We want that to do that. The sound alerts were the weird thing. Or maybe I just need to adjust it in all those scenes too, because they just weren't adjusted properly before. For what I need them to be? Yes, okay, I understand it now. It's because I don't have it taking up, like, the whole screen of what I need in that scene. So let's do that real quick. Oh, no, sorry. Let's do it in this scene. Okay. We'll put it in this scene. I'm sorry that we need to do this real quick, but like I said, we're going to make it a goal to fix and or improve one thing every time we go to stream. Why is this super long in this scene? Is this supposed to be this long? Actually, the main one I care about is like the trigger fire alert space. Okay. Wait, what is moved out of the way? Oh, it is this thing. Okay. Let's put that there. And then this will be the same space as the trigger fire thing. And then I just have to adjust how the alert space is. Boom. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So I can test this real quick with the, get him. Redeem. Do it one more time. Okay, good. We might adjust the size of it in the future, but for now it's fine. Okay, so that's fine to do. And now we'll try out adding in the new alert. Okay, so we're adding in a browser source. What is this called? Createy alert? Okay. Do not make source visible. There we go. This is an option I always forget to do. But you can do this. Okay. Is there even a point to setting, like, the size of the thing? It probably isn't. And now it's also, like, bigger than the thing that it's contained within. Oh, wait, I know what I do. It's simple. We copy the transform. Copy transform, and then paste it for the create alert thing. Oh, stop it! What the fuck are you doing? You're being cringe. Don't do that. Don't be cringe. Okay. Boom. Okay. Alright, it's there. It's in the alerts. The correct size it's supposed to be. Now, if I supposedly set a TTS thing. Okay, I don't need a walkthrough thing for this. I can figure this out. Video and sound limit, 0 out of 50. I only need this for the TTS meme. That's it. That's all I need it for. Just the TTS meme. That's it. That's all we need in the world is the TTS meme. Okay, alright. And then setting? Banned users now. Okay. Oh, it has all my other stuff that's already, like, synced up to it over here? Oh, positioner? I can change... Can I change how they're positioned? Is that what this is? No, okay. I guess not. What? Add features. Oh, I see. So I create the alert, and then I can... Oh, stay hydrated. I hate you. I hate you. Welcome, Shadow. Alright. Now. This one, the text-to-speech. The text-to-speech. We're going to disconnect it from sound alert. I still don't know how to drag these sounds out of sound alerts, but we'll figure out how to do that and then move them off sound alerts probably. But for now, the way we'll do it, so that we get the sound working correctly for this, is we will turn off text-to-speech. If it's a setting that I can do. I might be dumb. I may be dumb. Perhaps I am stupid. Here we go. Text-to-speech profanity filter. Hold on. Wait. We filtered out very... God damn it. I'm getting a phone call now. Give me 1 second. Let me answer this. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. We will do Chaos Head. I swear it's going to happen. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, shit is wild over here in the Wolfborg house. Okay, with these phone calls. Alright. We may or may not be getting a follow-up phone call in about, like, half an hour or so. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, what am I doing here with this? What am I doing with anything with this? So we need to do... Oh, thank you for banning the bot. I saw that. I saw that while I was tabbed away. I saw that. Thank you. Let me... Okay. How the fuck did I turn on text-to-speech before? And how the fuck do I turn it off? Dashboard? Was it dashboard? What did I do? I feel like I'm being dumb? Enable leaderboard. Allow anonymous bit alerts. Where is the fucking... Where? Managers? Setup? This isn't it. Managers? No. What the fuck? Where? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that, actually. Global alerts, maybe? Where? Where are you? Other alerts? No, it's not there. What the fuck? I'm not stupid. I know I'm not stupid. So where the hell was it? Mods, send him to France. Make him play in the Olympics. Without a guide. Is it account settings? I don't want to reveal some of this shit. What? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it if I can't find this fucking setting. What do you mean? How did I turn it on? Text-to-speech duration limit. Determine the maximum text-to-speech duration to prevent spam. Can I say no? Messages exceeding the limit will be dropped. Can I just say no? Can I do something to ignore that? Is 60 like the max? Oh, no. Don't exceed 1 second. Okay. Okay, we'll have it be 60. I don't want there to be a limit at all. I would not like there to be a limit at all. But alright, fine. 60 is not a big limit, though. 60 is seconds for a message. What the fuck? Set the intensity of your profile profanity filter. Okay, that's whatever. How? How was this not here? There's options to mess with my text-to-speech thing, but not one to turn it on or off? How? How? I just want to know. I just want to know who I gotta, like, hurt for about this. Who? Who? Like, this is a channel points thing. Is there a global channel points thing? No, it's not a global channel points thing. And TTS alerts. Bro. Where? Where? Where are you? Where? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What? This? Oh. 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 Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I asked you guys if I'm just stupid. Okay? You guys didn't point it out either, so obviously I'm not the only one. Alright? I'm not the only one.
A gentle rain fell on the city, refreshing the
did.
streets and parks.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I believe it. I believe that it did. Okay. So, we want to actually turn this off. We want to turn this off. Wait, why did it... Wait, why are the voices like this now? I thought before it was like male voice A, female voice D. What is this shit? This wasn't how it looked before. Did they change this? Is this all like a new thing that they're working on? No, this is from like 2 years ago, so this isn't new. Why is this like vastly different now? This is not what it looked like before.
優しい雨が街に降り注ぎ、通りや公園をリフレッシュしました。優しい雨が街に降り注ぎ、通りや公園をリフレッシュしました。
優しい雨が
It did not look like this at all when I was setting this up. It did not look like this at all when I was setting this up. I will remind you again. It did not look like this at all. It didn't have names for each of the voices. Okay.
A gentle rain fell on the city, refreshing the
gentle
streets
rain.
and parks.
I don't even think this matters because I think we've decided to turn it off for sound alerts because we can't fucking turn it up louder. Hold on. Let me test it real quick. See how it is. Okay. Text-to-speech. Test. Test. What the fuck? Test.
Test what the fuck test.
I don't like that. I don't like it. But also, it's pretty fucking quiet, despite it being max volume. And then the other sound alerts, which I could test now, are gonna fucking kill my ears. Jack 1. Big one.
Here comes a big one.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad, actually. Oh, yeah, it's because I went and turned them down on here. I went and turned them down on here. How did I do this? Why would I adjust everything else in the world?
Just a week away.
True. Okay, I don't even know if this thing's going to be better, though. Maybe it'll be better. So let's add a reward. We'll call it Create TTS, just to test it and see. It costs 500, require viewers to enter text, yes. Okay, this is going to be the feature. It's going to have text-to-speech. Wait, you can do multiple... Wait, what other things can you do? Add feature. Text-to-speech, sound alert, video alert, chat message, punishment, chat mode, VIP, show emote, refund reward, skip media, commercial break, start poll, start prediction. Okay, alright, so we do text-to-speech, Brian? British voice. Wait, hold on. You telling me? Are you telling me there's no way to preview the voices? Is this what you're doing to me? Is this actually what you're doing to me? Are you actually, like, are you joking? You gotta be joking. You're joking. You're laughing. English. Okay. America. Okay. Okay. Alright. You can't search by... Alright. This is what the website this YouTuber said to use. This is what they said. Can't preview how they sound. Have to scroll through the entire thing. Alright, well, let's see it. Let's fucking see it. Let's see it. If I go onto it, this is a Create TTS test of this dumb shit. Go.
This is a Creechy TTS test of this dumb shit.
It's an interesting voice. Okay, it's an interesting voice. I can turn it up too, so that's good for us. So I can turn it up. Okay. Let's see what other voice... To test it, though, is so fucking annoying. Because you have to change it, and there's no preview button, so you have to use the redeem every single fucking time. How's Kevin sound here? How's Kevin sound when we set him? Create... Where is Create? Create TTS. I don't know where I am. Please send help.
I don't know where I am. Please send help.
Kevin's like a 12-year-old. What is this? he didn't sound very worried with the message too. He didn't sound very concerned. All right, Kimberly. What does Kimberly sound like? Help! Help me! Help! Let's see how it handles that.
Just play the game 50 times.
True. True. Okay, create a TTS.
Help me help.
Kimberly. What happened to you, Kimberly? Kimberly. Where did the thing go? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So we got Lupe? Alright, what does Lupe sound like? Can I get 20-piece McNugs and a large fry? Okay, we'll try that one.
Can I get 20-piece nugs and a large fry?
I agree with whatever that was. I agree with it. I agree with it. Wait, do they have a Japanese voice on here? Takumi. Yo, Takumi from Chaos Head. Hold on. This is going to be the Takumi TTS. Hold on. What does he sound like? Hold on. Hold on. And of course, we have to have him say, whose eyes are those eyes?
Whose eyes are those eyes?
Okay, it's still a little funky like the other one was, but so it's a little funky. Okay. But we do have Takumi. There's also Mizuki. What does Mizuki sound like? We can also do whose eyes are those eyes.
Whose eyes are those eyes?
Okay, maybe not that one. Okay, I'm gonna, for now as a meme, we're gonna have 2 TTS options. We will have Takumi. Takumi will stay. So there will be Takumi. Then, we will also have the other TTS. For now, until I decide to fix everything in the world, okay? So I'm gonna rename this to Takumi TTS, if I can. If it allows me to. I'm going to assume the answer might actually be no. Through here, at least. And I might have to change it on the Twitch end. Let's see here. Let's manage my rewards. Where's my rewards? Sorry. That was very loud. I didn't mean to upset your ears. That comes later. Okay, create a TTS. We rename to Takumi TTS. Okay, cool. It was the other TTS. What did I set the voice of the other one to? Text to speech. Where do I...
A gentle rain fell on the city, refreshing the streets and parks.
Okay. Do we stick with James?
A gentle rain fell on the city.
A gentle rain fell on the
refreshing
city, refreshing the
A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain fell on the city.
A gentle rain. A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain.
A gentle rain fell on the city.
A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain fell on the city.
A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain.
I don't know.
A gentle rain fell on the...
Maybe we'll stick with James.
A gentle rain fell on...
Or maybe we should do a female
A gentle
voice.
rain fell on the city, refreshing the... A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain fell on the city. A gentle rain fell on the... A gentle rain fell on the city, refreshing...
A gentle...
A gentle rain.
Maybe Lily?
A gentle rain fell on the city.
A gentle rain.
A gentle rain.
Alright, we're going to do Lily for now. We're locking it in. So you have Lily TTS. I'll leave that one named as text to speech. And then the Takumi. If you actually type Japanese with that, Takumi will probably pronounce it correctly. Anything else would just be broken English memes, okay? So you can have fun with that. Enjoy those memes. Alright. Enough fucking around with this shit. Enough of it. Enough of it, okay? We did the daily goal of improving the stream in some way, okay? There's other things that probably might take me more time to adjust off stream, okay? Probably. Just know that some of the sound alert volumes on sound alerts itself might be fucked. So, bear that in mind for sound alerts memes, okay? But now we have 2 TTSs, I guess, because I gotta fix one of them later. Oh, let me close this one. This thing. And we'll put this thing over here. Okay, so that's all fine. And I don't need this open, don't need this open, or this open, or this open. Or this. Okay. We're tweeted out everywhere, we're posted everywhere. I got Chaos Head ready to open up. Let's open it up. Let's open up Chaos Head. It will eventually open. I swear. I swear it will. Here we go. Probably should have already had it open before I switched this scene. It's loading. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh my god. Can you imagine? It took us 47 minutes? No, you're lying. You're lying. It did not take us 47 minutes to actually start the game. You're just trolling me. You're trolling me. That's not true. That's not true. Time is an illusion. You're just lying. You're just lying. Still lying. There's no way. Alright. Let me turn up my AC, and then we will officially begin. I apologize for the delays. This is surely a game. Surely. We can enjoy this song for a little bit, and then we'll get going. Okay. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 tonight. I think there's something like 9 chapters? Chaos Head. Noah. How many chapters? Oh, maybe there are 10 chapters. Okay, there's 10 chapters, and then you'll get different endings depending on certain choices or other things later. So there's different routes later on. Right now, our first playthrough, I've confirmed this because I've never played through Chaos Head past a certain chapter. I think this might be the last chapter I had played myself years ago, before I got too busy to continue playing. So it might be that after this chapter, we're in all new ground for me. I remember the specific last scene, and I'm not going to say it, and I remember the specific last scene that I saw before I stopped playing. So I think we're getting pretty close to it at this point. But from what I'm told, The first playthrough, your choices don't matter. You're locked into a certain ending no matter what. But then you have to replay it for other endings. Like, make decisions for, like, other endings. Or, like, ending it that first time can cause other things to end or something like that, I'm assuming. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But for right now, we don't... No. I love this song, but we're good. I love the song, but we're good. We can't. We have to start. We have to begin. We have to begin. Oh, also, the meme I said last stream for Chaos Head about that website, archeart-m.com. And I said it'd be pretty funny if we bought the domain name because it's available and then had it redirect to my playlist of me playing Chaos Head Noah. It'd be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Be pretty funny. Be pretty funny if you went to archeart-m.com right now and check to see where it went, you know? I thought of another layer for the meme too, because it has a page, like a Chaos Head wiki page for it, where they said at some point in the past, and there's like a Wayback Machine link to what the site used to be. It used to just be the image of the site that we saw, where it's just like the logo of the hospital and then like the links on the side, but none of it's actually clickable. It's just an image. I thought of doing that, taking that exact image, hosting it on like a static site page, and then making the whole image clickable, and when you click it, it goes to my thing. I thought about doing that. I could still do it. It'd be a little bit of tweaking. If I don't want to buy a separate web server and I want to host on one of my existing ones, it's going to take a little bit of a little annoyance to get that working for it, but I could technically get that set up and working. So that would be another funny layer to this. Okay, that'd be another funny layer to it. But also, the original version of the website had that image in Japanese. So would I host the Japanese image or would I host the English image? I don't know, but we'll see. Right now, it just goes to the playlist, which I think is funny. I think it's a funny haha. I think it's funny. So let's continue. Load. Chapter 6. Noah. If it were a day like any other, getting released from a lengthy meeting should have put Bon Yasuji in a good mood. However, today was not a normal day. The detective removed himself from his peers, moved to the nearest window, and attempted irritably to call his junior. Hello, base department? Suwa, his partner, had not shown up to today's meeting. Oh, that's not good. He's probably fucking dead. I get wanting to play hooky on this, but did he really have to leave me to go alone? Darn kid, Bon thought to himself. At first glance, Suwa may have appeared lighthearted, but in actuality, he was quite the diligent man and took his job very seriously. With this being Bon's opinion of him, what had happened today was quite the shock. He had attempted to call him several times, but it always went to voicemail. Ever since he had heard a fairly unsettling story from Momose 2 days prior, Bon had been faced with a constant feeling of uneasiness. From what I remember the last chapter, the last time we played, a whole bunch of crazy shit happened at once at the very end. And it was like people were like screaming and like fucking satellite signals or whatever were fucking with people's minds probably, and like what the creepy girl who was our stalker got in a weird phone call with somebody. I don't know what that was about. Shit's fucked. And today, only more troubles have been added to the pile. There was the incident with Suwa, but that was not all. When Bon was reporting about the GE rate earlier this morning, he was immediately shot down by Matsunaga. We don't have time for crackpot theories, the superior said. Could you not add to the pile, kid? I've had enough for 1 week. Bon waved his fan at his face repeatedly and let out a small sigh. And right when he did, the call connected, and he heard the voice of his junior on the other end. Hello? What? Say it again? Where the hell have you been? Wait, can I turn this up? I can barely hear this shit. Why do I have Spotify up? When was I listening to Spotify today? I don't even remember. Okay, what's the volume of Chaos Head? It is at the max volume. Let us pause and reflect. Config. Sound settings. Turn up the people volume at least. I feel like things are quieter than they should be, and I don't know why. It's quiet. Too quiet. Okay, we'll turn up everything slightly. The reception was extremely poor. Which part of the countryside did Suwa lose himself in? Bond thought, scratching his head. Yeah. No, I feel you. No, I feel it. I feel you. What? As Bond shouted into the receiver, Sua's voice disappeared on the other end, replaced by a continuous rustling sound. Oh, yeah, actually. Okay, who'd you ask? The way Suwa acted on his own without getting permission was not something that was worthy of praise. However, Bond could not help but smile wryly to himself as he, too, was taking unauthorized actions even now, and considered that perhaps he was a bad influence on his junior. Oh my god, we're getting a phone call. Give me 1 second, and then we should be done, okay? I apologize again. Oh my god. Alright, apologies for that. Apologies. We are so back. Hold on, let me switch to the Chaos Head view. Okay. Okay. I'm telling you, these phone calls, okay? When I get a phone call, unless for somebody I have to answer, it's never a good thing. But, it's all handled right now. So let me make sure I got everything all set up, and then we'll continue. Okay, we're good. Alright. Okay, I might be close to getting my hands on a clue. Is it not gonna continue? Hello? The color in Bond's eyes shifted. What did he say? So he's got conclusive evidence? Yeah, get back here. Digging? Digging like Minecraft? Is he just actually going into the ground to figure out what the GE rates thing is going on about? Or is he talking about, like, digging as in, like, investigating? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he's up to. What are you cooking? You got earthquakes going on. People losing their fucking minds. Right at that moment, the area below Bond's feet began to shake. The shaking gradually increased in intensity. It was hard to even stand up straight. He's investigating and digging like a true Minecraft gamer. Unable to maintain his balance for any longer, Bond got down low to the floor. Oh, it's a big one. Here comes a big one. Play the sound. Do it. Here comes the big one. The other detectives who at first seemed to be underestimating the seriousness of the situation all quickly moved under their tables.
Here comes a big one!
Here comes a big one. The clock fixed to the wall, the paper cups and pens atop the tables, the projection equipment, they all crashed to the floor one by one. The two whiteboards standing side by side near the podium fell to the ground as well. It's like being stuck in some insane turbulence. That was how it felt to Bon. It felt like the ground was disappearing beneath him. His entire body was being swung left and right by the shaking. It seemed to have a seismic intensity of around 5 or 6. As the great Kanto earthquake finally arrived, of all times it had to hit, it hits now. Immediately, after thinking that, a fierce pain shot through Bon, causing him to groan out in pain. It felt as if he had taken a violent blow to the head. But he had not been physically struck by anyone. It was simply a severe headache. That is quite the scream. Suddenly a scream echoed throughout the conference room. Oh, I thought that was him. Gritting his teeth, Bond looked up to see one of the detectives gripping his head as he writhed in agony. And then, like a lifeless doll, he fell to the ground with a thump. Most of the other detectives were gripping their heads as well, their faces contorted in pain. What was this headache that bore no resemblance to any he had experienced before? Whether it was connected to the earthquake, there was no way for Bond to know. Eventually, the shaking gradually subsided. With his vision blurred, Bond looked out the window. Everything was covered in a milky white light. A light so dazzling, Bond could no longer keep his eyes open. It's probably not good. I'm gonna say probably. Oh yeah, how's Takumi doing? Oh my, all of our shit is fucked. Bro, my figures! My Seiratons! My sabers! As I opened my eyes, I felt a pain sharp enough to crack my skull open. I found myself slumped over in the middle of my room. Yeah, it's probably not the best to be in a shipping container on a roof during an earthquake. It's probably not the best living space for that. I tried to get up, but the pain in my head suddenly shot to the rest of my body, and I nearly fainted from the agony. I let out a pained groan. I thought we were about to hear it, but apparently we didn't. After 5 full minutes of pure, writhing torture, the pain receded slightly, and I managed to stand up by using the leg of my bed to support myself. I wiped off the cold sweat on my forehead with my hand. My room was completely devastated. It was as if a tornado had ripped through it. All my waifus lined up on the shelf had toppled over, and some had even fallen off the shelf entirely. The bed was now sitting at an angle, and the piles of Aragame packages had crumpled to the floor and scattered everywhere. What the hell had happened? If I remember correctly, there had been a phone call that played the melody of You May Pass before then transitioning into something like an ambulance siren. It was exactly the same as last time. Is it going to play it again? That's right. Right when the buzzard sounded, I'd heard the ground roar, and immediately after that, my whole body, I felt like it was boiling and melting. And then I couldn't remember a damn thing. It was all completely blank. Oh my god. Was it an EM wave attack from Shogun? What if Shogun was capable of something similar to what was in the patent I'd found? Just the thought alone sent a chill down my spine. While trying my best to endure my headache, I looked up at the ceiling. Of course, there wasn't anything to see up there. But if he was reading my mind, he'd have to be using a satellite that'd be in orbit way up there. Dude, what the hell are you talking about? Yes, no way, that's not possible. But considering what Senna had told me before, that patented system could already be in use. Maybe it was in use, and a few people were already abusing it. And maybe Shogun was among them. No, there's no way. It was way too far-fetched. There was no way an old fart like him, with 1 foot in the grave, would have private access to a satellite. Unless he was one of the key persons behind a top-secret black project sanctioned by the government? Scaring myself with my own delusions wasn't helping anything. Since something had actually happened, I decided to look up what the hell it was online. Still fighting my headache, I crawled toward my computer. Seiratan saved me. The computer should have still been on. The monitor should have been displaying a wallpaper with Seiratan on it, but it was pitch black. I hadn't set it up to automatically go into sleep mode, so it wouldn't make any sense for it to do that. I was feeling dizzy. It was as if... It was if I had no... It was as if, which is not there. So I corrected it in my head the first time, but it's not actually there. It was as if I had no strength left in my body. Even standing up took almost everything I had. Gritting my teeth, I attempted to move the mouse around. No response. Next, I tried to press the power button. Oh, everything's fine. After a second, the hard disk started, emitting its typical scratching noise. I sank down in my chair as I was waiting for my PC to boot. I frantically grabbed my phone, which was still on my desk. I checked the time.
13時
How long had we been asleep? Before I'd gotten that phone call, what time had it been back when I was browsing the ISC stuff on that channel? When I tried using my brain, the stabbing pain coursing through it got even worse. Think, the time. Remember the time. It couldn't have been, yeah, it hadn't been noon yet, which meant
1時間以上も
for over an
気絶してた
hour. Or maybe I'd been sleepwalking, and I'd ended up wandering off somewhere else for an hour?
僕は無遊病じゃない
I shook my head violently, trying to stop thinking about things that would make me sink back into negative bullshit. As I did so, my vision wobbled from the pain still hammering in my head. It was like a lump of lead was sitting in the middle of my skull. And when I looked at my PC monitor, I saw... No! No!
マジで
It's fucking over. What is he gonna do without his pewter? Without his pewter? It's over. Takumi, you're not gonna make it, Takumi. You're not gonna make it. No way. The hard disk data was corrupted?
嘘だそんなのありえないあっちゃダメだそんなことになったら全てが終わる
He didn't keep backups. He probably didn't keep backups. He wouldn't keep backups. It was where I stored my giga-sized collection of R18 Moe pics. My Aerogay save data. All my bookmarks for sites I browse daily. My Reddit karma. My minimum attendance chart. And the thing I treasured the most. My ESO saved... It's an MMO, dude. It's an MMO. What are you talking about? Hold on. Chiyomaru, okay? You had him playing an MMO. It's an online game. It's got servers. What do you mean the save data? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? You're telling me everything's gone? I wanted to cry in frustration. I wanted to smash my keyboard in anger. I wanted to kick the wall with everything I had. Before I did anything, though, I needed to check if I could restore it. But my whole body was still heavy, and my headache refused to go away. All I could do was bite my lip and sink deeper into my chair. It was over. My life was over. Losing my ESO data meant I had no reason left to let... Again, your data's fine. Bro, it's an MMO. It's an MMO! What are you talking about? You connect to a server and the server has your shit. You don't get local save data shit for that. People can fucking abuse that shit. What are you talking about? Nothing mattered anymore, and it all burned away. Just kill me. Taki? With an angelic smile on her face, Seiratan gently called for me from atop my desk. See, the voice of fucking reason. Okay, Takumi? What are you talking about? How did you not think this immediately? By server, you mean the dev server? Exactly. Righto. Oh, you're right. I was so dizzy and confused, I'd forgotten even the basics. I felt like I'd finally found a ray of hope shining through the endless despair. I knew I could depend on my waifu. I'd still have to give up my treasured pics and MP3s that I hadn't backed up, though. I need to start reformatting the OS as quickly as possible. And I wanted to see with my own two eyes that my ESO data was safe. Though, in order to do that, the headache that was still torturing me had to stop. Unfortunately for me, the pain didn't feel like it would be going anywhere anytime soon. He is truly through and through a gamer, okay? A gamer. Because, bro, you had the worst headache of your life, found out you've been unconscious for like over an hour, all your shit is scattered in your fucking shipping container home, there was a massive earthquake thing, and you're concerned about your ESO save data, and are trying to fix your computer before literally anything else. PV, you're trying to recover your Twitch VODs. I feel it. I feel his pain with it. I feel his pain losing all this shit. Dude, if my drives, any of my drives, except for like one of them, there's one drive I have on here that has nothing on it because it's actually a dog shit drive. I actually don't want that drive in there anymore because it's so bad. I need to replace it with something else. But if any of my other drives stopped working and all the data on it was fucked, dude, it's over. It's over for me. It's over. I don't back this shit up anywhere. I have backups of old stuff, but I don't have backups of all the shit that's on those. I don't have that yet. I have been thinking about setting up a system to back up all that stuff onto things, but right now I don't have that, so I can't do that. This game really makes you feel like Taku. I mean, yeah. I have to pray that my shit doesn't crash and I lose everything on these drives. Because I don't have a system set up for it yet to back up. I need to, though. I need to. It's going to cost money. I mean, I have money, but it's also going to cost the willingness to spend that money for this at this time, pretty much. I want to set up a NAS at some point. I keep hearing about network-attached storage systems, and they sound sick. My only problem is I am not near my modem. My modem was upstairs. And I have to wirelessly connect to my modem for my PC and all my connections. I don't have an Ethernet cable or any kind of way to directly connect an Ethernet port down here. So if I set up a NAS and I would like it to be down here, that's a problem. And if I keep it upstairs next to the modem, that's a little annoying. But also I still need to be able to connect to it from my PC, which I don't know if you can without an Ethernet thing. So I'd have to look into that. Anyways. There was rarely ever a moment in which the screens of Shibuya Station were not colored with advertisements, video clips, or music videos from the latest popular artists. And yet currently the screens were instead displaying a female anchor with a grave expression on her face. It was an ongoing special TV broadcast. Sensational words decorated the top left of the screen. SI5? Or is it S15? SI5 Earthquake? Oh yeah, Seismic Impact 5, right? So SI5 Earthquake? SI5 Earthquake in Shibuya. Over 200 casualties. 200 of them. 200. Earthquakes were not particularly unexpected in Japan. The Tokyo metropolitan area had already fallen victim to several seismic intensity... not seismic... I think I said seismic impact before. It's seismic intensity 5 earthquakes over the years. However, as the media gathered more and more information about the incident, the sheer number of casualties made clear that this was no ordinary earthquake. It was especially peculiar when compared to the 2005 earthquake, also seismic intensity 5, where no fatalities had been reported. Moreover, the epicenter was Shibuya, a city which was already the center of attention in Japan due to the new-gen incidents. There had already been an earthquake in Shibuya approximately 3 months prior. It was a seismic intensity 3 quake, and 8 people had died. Maybe Shibuya's cursed. That was what the people observing the breaking news about the latest earthquake were thinking, even if they were not saying it aloud. In any case, each station had started their special broadcast right when the earthquake hit. Information was having trouble circulating, and the total death count was still unclear. Nonetheless, the female anchor continued to report. Reading from a stack of papers, she declared, The Fire and Disaster Management Agency has confirmed 31 deaths, and that number is expected to rise as they continue to aid those affected. The causes of death remain unknown, Furthermore, various reports described a mysterious white light appearing immediately after the earthquake had hit. According to these reports, the light had been accompanied by a massive shock wave, and it had turned the sky completely white. The cameras spread across Shibuya's scrambled crossing had caught the aforementioned light on tape, and after the earthquake ended, nothing but pure white footage was displayed on loop on the jumbotrons located there. The discoloration that had appeared alongside the earthquake had not simply been a dull white. However, it had been utterly blinding. Shibuya had been momentarily enveloped in light, the sheer glare forcing each and every resident's eyes shut. If this were an era of war, the people would have undoubtedly believed it to have come from a nuclear weapon. As a matter of fact, there were some who claimed to have spotted a white mushroom cloud floating a few meters above Shibuya, though it was quick to vanish. No one knew what the origin of that light was, nor if it was connected to the earthquake. And then, just as mysteriously as its arrival, the white sky had returned to its original color in less than an hour, and now a dull light blue lay above the people of Shibuya. The asphalt of Dogenzaka was still slightly cracked, its damage only millimeters wide, and the multi-tenant buildings, together with many other structures along Sentai, had all grown small crevices across their walls. Back to my shipping container. I have fixed everything. Everything is fixed. It's actually looking a little cleaner than it did before, to be honest. For some reason, it looks like we still have leftovers on the table. Don't know why. Why? The reformatting of my OS had taken nearly 2 hours to finish, and yet my headache still hadn't gone away. I'd even lost consciousness a few times from the pain. I'd passed out on my keyboard from exhaustion before, but today was the first time I'd literally passed out. On the plus side, though, the pain was way more bearable now than it had been 2 hours ago. I wet my throat with some cola, and then, summoning all my energy, stood up. I fixed my broken bed and made it level again, then I cleaned my floor to the extent that I'd be able to walk around. It took a lot of effort to do because of how weak I was feeling, but it had to be done. I wouldn't have been able to leave my own room otherwise. If Shogun were to attack again, not that I actually knew if it was him this time, I would have been trapped and unable to escape. In other words, I'd be completely fucked. Just make sure you can get some cola. Fix my broken bed, made it levels again. Then I clean my floor. Okay. Sometimes when I'm reading, and I don't know if anybody else's brain does this, I'll be reading something, literally reading it out loud, but I'm thinking about something else. And because I'm thinking about something else for that moment, I will just not even register what I've literally just read aloud. This is a thing that happens with me sometimes. And so if you see me go back into the logs after I just read something, it's more likely because of that. I was thinking about something. So, I fixed my broken bed. Okay. Alright. I had to secure an escape route, or else. Once I had finished reformatting my OS and cleaning my room, I went straight to the PC, installed ESO, and tried logging into Baselard.
Yatta. Yatta. Naito Haruto wa kiete nai. Soubi toka mo zenbu bushi da.
He's back. We're so back, baby. We're back. I was so moved that I tried to get up and pump my fist in the air. But even that took too much energy, so I gave up halfway through. I couldn't have been more happy to see my other self alive and well. I thought he was gone forever. Okay, time for the next step. While it was definitively a huge load off my shoulders, I still wanted to try and figure out what exactly had even happened, not to mention demand compensation and a formal apology. It seemed like an earthquake, but there were way too many things that didn't add up if that were true. I looked for Grim inside Baselard, but he was nowhere to be found. I went to check the chat room, but since I had lost my bookmarks, I had trouble finding it. When I eventually did, though, I discovered that Grim wasn't there either. Of all times for him to have gone AWOL, why now? With no options left, I had no choice but to head straight to Taboo myself. On it, I found the following article. Over 200 casualties in Shibuya. Okay, so we have over 200 casualties in Shibuya, over 300 persons injured in Shibuya. Well, which is it? Wait. Does casualty... Casualty doesn't mean dead by itself, right? Casualty... Does it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's because they update it later. I'm sorry. So it's 1207, it's 200. Then 1249, it's 300. So the number's going up. I see. I was trying to... I was getting confused because I thought, like, the newest is going to be at the top. So I understand. Kanto region seismic intensity 5 earthquake. Dead fetus found in abdomen of man's body. Was the fetus placed... Wait, but then those are the older ones. But these are the older articles. But... Okay. Alright. I don't know how they run their site. Okay? I'm not here to judge. So, there really had been an earthquake. It had been a seismic intensity 5 quake, and loads of people had died. The casualties were currently set to 200, but the article stated that the number may even go beyond that. Maybe the space is a different day? But, like, you can see on the current day, like, even if that were the case, the current day goes oldest to newest. But on the next day, it goes newest to oldest. Because 456 and then 206. So, I don't know what's going on with that. And then, further down, there's one that says 1620. Which implies that it's... Yeah, because you got 1620 and you got 1312. So, okay, so it is 24-hour clock stuff that we're doing here. 24-hour clock memes. But, yeah, no, yeah, it's still... I'm still correct with that, though. Because it goes from... Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, whatever. Wait, did I read this one? There were also reports of Shibuya sky turning pure white for a short period of time, as well as giant mushroom cloud, though no one knew if either of those were connected to the earthquake. Guess we're in Clown World again? They must have, you know, the earthquake shook up the order of the articles. That must have been what happened. The earthquake was also being discussed on @channel, with people posting things like, more Shibuya stuff? Or Shibuya is over, or whatever else. There was also a video uploaded on there showing footage of Scramble Crossing that had been taken from various surveillance cameras. Yeah, it's probably a little bit more. When it happened, I'd been hit with a terrible headache. And it wasn't just your normal headache. It felt like my head was boiling. And even now, almost 2 hours later, I was still experiencing throbbing pain and fatigue. Oh my god, we just got microwave. Fucking hell. Hold on, we gotta clean my glasses real quick. You gotta clean my glasses, ASMR. You can't even hear it. Okay. If I thought about it that way, my delusion that Shogun was going after me with EM wave attacks might not have been so far-fetched. Right at that moment, I heard a familiar sound coming from my PC. It was the notification tone that played whenever someone entered the chat room. Is it going to be Grim? Or is it going to be Shogun? I get the feeling it's going to be Shogun. Grim might have joined. I wanted to get the full story of what happened. So, I opened up the chat room. Yep. How does he know? How does he just know? Also, why does Shogun have an extra U in the name now? Did it have an extra U in it before? I don't think it did. So it's like with the Wario Land Shake It's like with the Wario Land Shake It commercial where the UI just keeps getting messed around with. Yeah, probably. You know, that's actually inventive, very creative web design. So, eek! And when I saw that name, a shriek escaped my mouth. What was with this timing? Could he actually read my mind after all? The hand I was using to hold the mouse was trembling. My entire body was frozen in fear, overriding even my headache. Just looking at Shogun's name made me feel sick, but I couldn't look away. I wanted to close the chat room, but I was in such a state of shock my mind and body felt like they had been ripped apart. I tried desperately to move the mouse, but my body simply refused to listen to me. I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I was being watched. God's gaze. Or maybe it wasn't God. Maybe it was Shogun's gaze, being shot down from an orbiting satellite. Alright, well that's a little much talk to me. Just leave me alone. I wanted to run away. But where would I run? It didn't matter where I went. Even if I went to the very edges of Japan, he'd still catch me. It's been a long time. That was the first thing Shogun said to me. He said like he was just casually saying hello to a friend he hadn't seen in a while. But I knew for a fact I had never, ever considered this guy a friend. My teeth sank into my lips as I stared at the words written across the monitor. However, instead of making me freeze out of fear, the message from Shogun instead sent me grabbing for my phone. You thought it was God, but it was me, Shogun! It was past 3 p.m. At this hour, classes were probably still in session, but surely my situation wasn't hopeless. If Remy was here, she could do something. That's what I want to believe. I went to my address book, although it wasn't much of a book considering how empty it was, and called Remy's phone number. Save me. Save me, Remy. Pink-haired classroom friend, save me. Do you hate me? It was hard to breathe. I couldn't think straight. Remy wasn't picking up. There was no voice on the other end, and only the monotonous dialing sound repeating endlessly. Why? Whenever I'm in trouble, you're always there for me. Why? So why aren't you answering? A present? I have a present for you. You're gonna send me some more disgusting shit? And this time you're gonna blame me for it. You're gonna pin me as the new gen culprit. No, anything but that. It's not me. I'm not the culprit. Bro is not having a good time right now. Bro is suffering. Felt like a fish that had been ripped out of the water. I was losing oxygen. My mind was going fuzzy. My only ray of hope left was Remy. I grasped my phone tighter and tighter, praying with all my might to the other end of the call. She picked up. No. No. It's over. It's over. Voicemail? Voicemail? That couldn't be. By the way, also, there's more bullshit, okay? There's more bullshit, okay? Look at our goddamn desktop. We've got data CG, sound data, Epic Finds is still on there, okay? All of our shit did not get wiped. All of our shit is fine. They didn't even redo the computer CG or the visual of it to change. What is this shit? What is this shit? Or maybe he really did have a backup of all his stuff and he shouldn't have panicked at all. Or maybe he just manually remade all of these folders right now and started his whole collection again. Maybe he's just that good. I don't know. Voicemail, that couldn't be. Positive or a negative delusion? Well, we're panicking. Scourge the arm of the phone and wrap my arms around myself. I think we need to calm down, okay? We need to relax. We need to do a positive. Before I knew it, my body had started trembling. I was more afraid of Shogun than I thought I was. But why wouldn't I be? He was a homicidal maniac, posing as a handicapped person, and he'd already committed 5 unspeakable crimes. Well, I was next on his sights. Locked in. Remy! Hey! You're here! Remy! It was as if my prayers had been answered, like the cries of my heart had been heard. Remy really did always appear whenever I was in trouble. She opened the door and leapt into my room. Save me. Save me, pink-haired girl. Remy looked straight at me, then quickly examined my surroundings. Immediately, realizing that the source of terror was my PC, she began typing on the keyboard with an angry expression. I just like to picture her typing KYS over and over to Shogun. Shut your mouth, stupid. Leave Taku alone or I'll kick your butt. That'll show him. You have to be ruthless at times like this. Get destroyed. Remy looked back at me and smiled gently. Yeah, get rid of the bullies. Was that really how it worked? Average Xbox Live moment. Remy was only that reckless because she didn't know much about the internet. Being that blunt would only make the other person even madder. And here, the other person was Shogun. As I stared at the monitor with bated breath, Shogun sent yet another message. You're dead? What? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. The room went silent. What the hell? I knew it. It really had pissed him off. The tone of his last message was very clearly different. You literally don't know him. Bro, have you seen the type of people that can exist here in Shibuya? Have you seen my fucking house? My shipping container house? You really think there aren't random crazy people on the internet? You really think that? You made it just in time, Remy, okay? You saved me. You saved me from being bullied online. While I was listening to Remy's voice, I couldn't take my eyes off the monitor. His message had left me deeply unsettled. You're dead. Everything's A-okay. You don't have to worry about a thing. He's already killed like 5 other groups of people. What's going on here? Hello? Suddenly, Remy went silent. Her eyebrows furrowed. She looked up at the ceiling. That's probably not good. Her voice was a soft murmur. Suddenly, Remy's face contorted, and she grabbed at her head with both hands. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Panic. Panic. Ow. Unable to endure the pain anymore, Remy fell to the floor. She was shaking her head madly. Don't tell me. My gaze shot towards the ceiling. No, not the ceiling. Towards the sky. Beyond the ceiling. Toward an artificial satellite that might or might not exist. Was Shogun attacking? Not good. Oh shit. So one, she's in pain right now, obviously. She could die from whatever this is, or she could turn into the psycho killer that we knew before. It could be one of those things. Not good either way. Plip, a drop of blood fell from Rimi's nose. Alright, that's not good. Suddenly, her half moans, half screams ceased. Rimi's body shook violently as she staggered, and then she dropped to the floor head first.
Rimi.
There was no answer. She didn't even twitch. He'd killed her using a satellite, using EM waves. Shogun had killed Rimi. Okay, let's slow down on that. You don't know for sure if she's dead yet. How? That'd been so quiet. He'd killed Rimi with neither sound nor smell, without even a hint of his presence. It'd been way too quiet, but that only made it even more terrifying. There was no escape. I kneeled to the floor and shook Rimi's shoulder. I mean, I guess Shogun warned her.
Yeah.
Well, more like said that you're gonna die, but...
Rimi.
There was no escape. No matter where I went on Earth, there would be no escape.
僕を置いていかないでよ。
Wherever I would try to flee, Shogun would be able to attack. From high above in the sky.
こんなの妄想に決まってる。
It's real. It's real. It's fucked. Oh. Oh, it's okay. That was all a delusion. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, thank fuck. Oh my god. Oh god. I was just thinking of all the fucking horrible implications about what's gonna happen with the rest of the story. Oh, thank god. Can you imagine we did the negative delusion there? May I ask how that was a positive delusion? So this game likes to purposely blur the lines between what is and isn't a delusion. So sometimes when you do it, certain things are going to be, like, gentler or meaner than they're supposed to play out. So for instance, we did the positive delusion, and Rimi came in and made us feel like we were about to be saved, and then she said, fuck off, Shogun, you're a bully, evil baka, or whatever, and we felt like we were finally saved by Rimi, despite seeing the you're dead thing. Could be that negative delusion, Rimi didn't show up, and we just got psychic blast and killed. It could be that that's what happened there. I don't know. But because I know the early on, one of the delusions was how the one girl, was it USA or whatever, the crazy stalker girl, how she confronts us about the Shogun logs for the first time, saying that it's also us. And there's a positive or negative delusion you could pick there, and I remember we did it, and it didn't seem like a delusion triggered. And that's because the tone of how the scene played out could have been influenced by that choice, from what I understand. But it's also, the game does directly try to blur the line between what is a delusion and what is reality. So like in that scene, I think we chose a negative delusion, which made us initially think that, oh, her freaking out and accusing us and acting all psycho out of nowhere, and must be part of the negative delusion. No, that's cemented, okay, in the plot now. So, yeah, what's real, what's not? You don't know, and that's the point. Enjoy the ride. Don't think about it too much. When I returned to my senses, I was still in front of the monitor. The answer Rimi had written earlier had vanished, and Shogun's "You're dead" had too. I looked back toward the rest of my room, and Rimi's body was nowhere to be found. I felt relieved that Rimi wasn't actually dead, but I was disappointed that she hadn't shown up. Why? Why wasn't she here yet? I was absolutely terrified. I needed her now more than ever. Shogun had already left the chat room. All that remained were those 4 lines. I didn't want to see any of it, so I hurriedly closed the chat room while Shogun wasn't in it. My body was still trembling. Shogun was trying to provoke me. Was it fun fucking with me like this? Had I been chosen as the next victim, and this was a means to the end? Or was I just the perfect person to pin his crimes on? I stared at the post-awakening version Seiratan as if I was clinging to my only refuge. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted someone to be by my side. I wanted someone to protect me. I'll go to school. I'll be safe at school. Rimi will be there. I couldn't bear staying here, alone with my spiraling anxiety. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. I took off my worn-out sweatshirt that I usually wore around the house, threw on my uniform, and left my base. Once I was hit with the cold air of the outside world, my headache ever so slightly subsided. The city had more restless atmosphere to it than usual, probably due to the earthquake from earlier. I didn't know that for sure, though. In the distance, the sound of sirens continued to echo endlessly, but I wasn't sure if they were from ambulances or fire trucks. They could have been both. Yamate Dori, which was only 1 block away from me, was completely jammed up. Traffic was bumper to bumper. There were multiple visible accidents, most head-on, and the cars involved had simply been left abandoned on the road, their drivers nowhere to be found. Those abandoned cars were the cause of this traffic jam. The other drivers were honking their horns like crazy. As I was wandering the streets to get to school, I saw a dog crossing the road, barking. Bark, bark. It was a Chihuahua. It's Leroy! Sprinting at full speed, dragging his leash behind his body. Its eyes were bloodshot, and a large amount of drool was dripping from its open mouth. It had probably gotten separated from its own owner. As I absentmindedly watched it get farther and farther away, I tripped on something and nearly fell over. The asphalt was cracked, and one section of the road was ever so slightly lower than the rest. It had most likely come from the earthquake. Stopping right there, I looked up at the sky. There were a few white clouds drifting calmly across the dull light blue. Just after the earthquake hit, something similar to an aurora had formed in the sky and tainted it pure white, but the traces of it had already disappeared. This isn't right. This isn't Shibuya. I couldn't calm down in the slightest. Not just because of the earthquake, and not because of the headache either. It wasn't just those, but a certain urge that was threatening to overtake me. For some reason, walking around like this, it made me feel like I wanted to kill someone. Oh no, we've become the new gen killer. We've become the new gen killer. By the time I got to the school gate, the anxiety and sense of dread I had been feeling were increasing by the second. I had the chills, my body wouldn't stop shivering, and my headache was coming back. When I looked closely, I noticed a group of students formed around the 3rd year building. I looked for Rimi within them. For some odd reason, everyone was looking toward the top of the building, and even those who weren't soon followed suit, almost like a bunch of lemmings.
Oh, Taku!
Hey, Taku. Oi. Oi, oi. Misumi-kun rushed over to me. I should ask him where Rimi was. Yeah, I guess. He looked gravely serious. And his face was pale. Seeing Misumi-kun like this was very unusual. What the hell was going on?
やばいよな。
Yabai.
あれ。
Things are bad. What did that mean? What was bad?
病気だったんだろ。精神病のことがバレて余計におかしくなっちゃったらしいぜ。さっき飛べるとか言ってたぜ。やべえよ。やばすぎる。
Oh no. Oh no.
俺、人が死ぬとこマジで見てんだけど。
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you?
人黒すぎて最高だぜ。
Bro, who's saying this?
早く落ちてこねえかな。
Bro! I could hear things like that coming from everywhere around me. Don't tell me. I had a bad feeling about this. Fearfully following the gaze of the other students, I looked up at the school building. Bro, she's got her sword out. On the edge of the rooftop stood a single girl. In her hand, just like during the concert, was a D-sword. With a pose emblematic of praying to God in the heavens above. On the edge of the roof stood Kishimoto Ayase. Kishimoto Ayase felt the wind blowing. Cold wind brought with it a faint hint of winter. Her expression inundated with pain. Huge drops of sweat formed on her face as she faced the chilled gales. Nightmares. Nightmares. The Suimei Academy rooftop was enclosed by a 2-meter-high wire fence. Ayase was standing on the other side of it, occupying a space of only around 30 centimeters. 10 minutes had passed since she had first started standing there. One more step, and she would fall from the roof of the 4-story school building. Many students were gathered below Ayase, watching her with bated breath. Although the police and emergency services had already been contacted, they had yet to arrive, likely due to the earthquake that had only hit a few hours prior. The teachers were running around in a panic, scrambling to get gym mats ready in case of the worst possible outcome. And yet, Ayase stood completely still, unperturbed by the ruckus below. Or rather, she had deliberately cut herself off from the rest of the world that lay beneath her. As she gazed up to the sky, Ayase closed her eyes, her pose emulative of that of a maiden praying to the heavens. Due to her good sense of balance, the wind did not manage to sway her slender body. A fact made all the more impressive by her grasping a sword as long as she was tall. The sword, her D-sword, was blinking with a pale blue light. As if synchronized with it, Ayase's labored breathing continued, and then she began to murmur once more. The verses she unfolded through her murmurs soon vanished into the wind. Ayase opened her eyes and gazed at the crimson sky, spreading over the buildings of Shibuya. That's true. That's true. That's also true. It's fucked up, but it's true. They have a whole app for it. It's called Twitter. Yeah. As she breathed the soliloquy into the air, Ayase pulled her gigantic sword to her chest and gently embraced it with both arms. Curiously, the sharp sword did not leave a single injury on her.
もう一つの世界に
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
そのために心を切り刻んで
No, you didn't.
全部受け入れ
Don't
た
do that.
混沌の器としての
Okay, I mean, that sounds badass, kinda, but not like this. Not like this. Ayase's face twisted in sorrow. Tears quietly spilled from her eyes. Droplets flowing voicelessly were all shifted swiftly. Droplets flowing voicelessly were all swiftly carried away by the wind.
だけどグラジオールの帯同が活発化している
Gladiol?
時間がないのに見つからないのよ天国の扉も賢者も導き手も七つの神罰も黒騎士の伝説は本当なの歌はもうたくさん歌ったわそれで足りないって言うならね大いなる意志よ
Ayase spread her arms out far and wide, as if trying to embrace the sky itself, as if trying to show her presence to God on high.
私は飛ぶ
No, don't, you don't have to do that. The pale blue pulsation of her sword intensified. Ayase closed her eyes once more, and in that moment, a final tear dropped from the corner of her eye.
お願いこの器は差し出すから魂を連れて行って
No, don't do it, Ayase. And then without a moment's hesitation, the girl, with nothing left there to support her, took a step forward. Rip.
帰るべき場所へ
She felt the cold caressing her cheek. Her gaze fell to the earth. What? The what? What is this Kingdom Hearts bullshit? What is this shit? What? What is this shit? Doors are appearing? What? Looming closer as she fell was a door, a gate, and on the other side of it was the sky Ayase desired. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, so that... Wait. Wait. Okay, alright. So she's being sent a massive delusion right now, right? Is that what this is? Or... Because, I mean... Because she basically got doxxed about all of her, like, mental issue stuff from the past. And now people are weirded out by her. I don't know if she ever really cared about that kind of stuff. She seemed like she was doing her concert stuff without really caring. But also we haven't interacted with her too much. Or the times we did, she's very vague and confusing and mysterious. So maybe that shit really did affect her? Or satellites from the government are giving her delusions that if she falls down from here, a door to the sky will open and she will find peace or some shit like that. I don't know. I couldn't do anything but watch it unfold. After Ayase spread her arms out, she slowly stepped into the thin air as if taking a step down on a non-existent staircase. Screams began to build among the spectators, coalescing into one gigantic roar. With nothing left to support, Ayase, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, fell headfirst toward the ground. Everything appeared to be in slow motion. Ayase's body was going to crash to the ground. Her descent was incredibly slow, but she was definitely falling. She was going to die. Ayase was going to die. Couldn't do anything to stop it. Couldn't save someone from falling from that high. And there was nothing but concrete below her. It would crush all her bones, rupture all her organs, make her dark blood and gray matter spurt out all over the ground. If only there was a flower bed or something. I don't know if a flower bed would help you from 4 stories high. If only there was something soft below her. If there was, maybe it could save her. I didn't want to see someone die. I went to close my eyes. For an ephemeral moment, I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I looked behind me, but not a soul was standing there. Everyone was either looking down, averting their eyes, or looking up at her. Whose eyes are those eyes? A sound shook the air. The sound of a person crashing down. It was the first time I'd ever heard that sound. But it had a lot less impact than I was expecting. What the? Next to me stood Misumi-kun, his eyes wide as dinner plates. I expected his gaze to be tainted by dread, but the way he stared at the place ISA had fallen was one of surprise, not horror. And it wasn't just Misumi-kun that was like that. All the spectators looked like they had no idea what was going on. They were all lost for words. What? What? Huh? She was alive? What? I don't know if this would have saved her. We fell from 4 stories up, right? Oh, but she's still bloody at least, right? Alright, so she's injured but not dead. Okay. Heavily injured but not dead. Okay, alright. Okay, I can accept that, I guess. ISA wasn't getting up. Wait, then how do people know that she's alive still, though? I couldn't tell if her bones were crushed. I couldn't tell if her organs were ruptured. But her gray matter hadn't spurted everywhere. Nor had her dark blood. A small, feeble groan escaped from ISA's mouth. She was alive. Oh. She seemed to be unconscious. And she wasn't moving, but she was alive. She was barely even injured. There was only a small drop of blood on her forehead. What? Okay, I don't know if I buy that. She had fallen from the rooftop. But there she was, lying there, almost completely unharmed, lying atop a flower bed. Was there always a flower bed there? Appears there was quite the discrepancy between what we had envisioned and the actual results. Yeah, it's a little too much. We hit like 300 here.
いいえ、お二人にはぜひ人の進化の歴史というものを振り返ってみていただきたいものですね。進化には多少の犠牲はつきものという点について。死人のことなどどうでもいい。重要なのは予定と違うということだ。
Yeah, think of the plans. The plans. I don't care about the death, but the plan.
想定の範囲内ですよ。私の中ではね。
ならばなぜ事前に我々へ連絡せんのだ。情報をコントロールするにはそれなりの下準備が必要なのだぞ。
Yeah, how are we supposed to cover this shit up?
貴様の推挙のために人や金を犠牲にしてきたわけではない。それをご安心を。先ほど申しました通り、すべては想定の範囲。
Whose expectations? Just yours? What about ours and the plans? Okay, aren't we funding this shit? Probably.
いずれ近いうちに選挙での票集めに苦労することも、強引な勧誘活動を告発される恐れもなくなるでしょう。
Oh. We'll say no more.
我々が日本を、いや、世界を変える日もじきに。
口を慎め。300人委員会への造反が知れれば、我らに待っているのは破滅だけだ。
The Committee of 300. Wait, no, I hit the wrong button. Was the button this one? This one. Committee of 300, a secret organization shrouded in mystery, rumored to manipulate the world from behind the scenes, composed of only 300 members. They are known as the Unseen Rulers. Their subordinates include the royalty of numerous nations, intelligence agencies, and large enterprises, with a focus on banking. They are all mere puppets of the 300, as are all other secret societies that often appear in conspiracy theories. It is said that almost the entire world is bent to their will, whether it be companies, police, research institutes, etc. However, their existence is only a rumor. The Committee of 300's ultimate goal is theorized to be the construction of the so-called New World Order under the Worldwide Human Domestication Project. Outside of the few elite, 1 billion humans will be left behind while all others are slaughtered. Those billion that survive will remain as slaves subject to the ruler's administration. Alright. We got some John Wick kind of lore building going on here. We got the high table.
計画通りにことを進めることであって、それ以上でも以下でもないよ。
調整は我々がやる。承知しています。
それで第二世代についての報告を聞こうか。
お二人にも満足していただける仕上がりですよ。ノア2はね。
Noah 2? No, Chaos and Noah was so good, we already have Noah 2? The speed run is insane. I bolted away from the school as fast as I could, and I ran all the way to the park. Only when I felt like I was about to suffocate did I stop. Damn, we eating good. My lungs were in dire need of oxygen. As I gasped for breath, I took a quick look around the park. There was no one around. There was no one there I was afraid of. Neither Shogun nor Yua. Oh, Yua was her name. What was I saying? USA? I don't know who that is. I don't know what that's a reference to. Or maybe that's her full name, but Yua. Okay, so Yua. Neither Shogun nor Yua were anywhere to be seen. Relieved, I tried to catch my breath. It was almost evening. The sky blue was slowly turning orange with the twilight. Compared to the insanity at school that it felt so unreal, this park was completely quiet, just as it always was. The incident from before had ended as a failed suicide attempt. ISA had then been taken away on an ambulance, but I had no way of knowing what happened after that. Now you're trying to say USA? True. If it don't rhyme with America, I don't even care. That's how it works. After going through all that, I gave up on searching for Remy and came here to the park instead. The scene from only a few minutes ago was engraved into my mind. Back then, when ISA's body came crashing down, I'd been convinced that nothing could have saved her. But she had been saved. I didn't know how exactly, but I at least knew she wasn't dead. She had been breathing, virtually unharmed, too. Under normal circumstances, she would have absolutely died. And the thing that saved her was a total miracle. She'd fallen on top of the tender soil of a flower bed. Something that was physically impossible. It was physically impossible for ISA to have fallen on top of a flower bed, because there hadn't been a flower bed there. Just before ISA had fallen, the place where she was going to fall had nothing but the gray asphalt of a parking lot. A number of the Sui-mei teachers parked there. So how had a flower bed just appeared there? Had I done that? It was true that, at the time, I'd been so frightened that I had a delusion about how a flower bed appearing below her could save her. But even then, was it really possible? Was it really possible that the delusion had become reality? Okay, let's consider it. First, I had a feeling that I might or might not have special powers. Second, there was the time ISA split in two, and now I just experienced something similar to that. So, creating a flower bed in an instant. How could I have achieved something that extraordinary? I didn't even have a D-sword. And on top of that, the flower bed had continued to exist even after ISA had crashed onto it. When the teachers had rushed to check on her in the flower bed, their footprints had been visible. The flowers blooming there, which had appeared to be the same as the ones at the courtyard, had been trampled over by the emergency services. When I looked, a number of flowers had either been flattened or their stems completely bent. And the flower bed might have still been there in that state. A delusion had become reality. And it stayed that way. It hadn't disappeared afterwards, which made it different from ISA's other self. And everyone had accepted the fact that the flower bed being there was only natural. No one even questioned it. Had I seriously done all that?
Oi.
Oi, oi, oi. Huh? Is this Senna? A sharp voice called for me from behind. Before I even got the chance to turn around, a hand grabbed me by the collar. With no chance to resist, I was shoved violently against the playground equipment. What the fuck? Let's be nice now, be nice. I groaned in pain as my back hit the equipment hard. It is her.
What
did I do? I'm gonna do positive again. Yeah? It was her. Senna. She was the one tossing me around. She continued gripping my collar with tremendous strength. It grew hard to breathe. I tried to fight back by squirming and flailing around with my arms, but she refused to let go. Her eyes were filled with a sharp, murderous light. It sent a shiver down my spine. Thinking I was about to die, I shook my head in desperate denial. I don't know what you're talking about. Did what? Did what, flower? I don't even know what a flower bed is. I could feel Senna's breath on my cheeks. Just the thought of her only needing to move a bit closer to rip out my throat with her teeth genuinely terrified. What? Why would you think thoughts like that? This is the positive delusion, right? Staring at me at point blank range, Senna. What the what? Whoa. Okay. She's like, oh my god, you saved her. You're so hot. My popular types are here. What did I say? I felt something soft press against my lips. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew was that I couldn't breathe. I was getting real dizzy. I tried to push myself away from her, but Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, so I couldn't move. Sorry, chap, today is opposite day. Never mind, we're so in. Something began wriggling lustfully against my lips, and then it penetrated my mouth. It twisted roughly around my tongue, slid across my gums, and violated me. Or why would you have to word it like that? Why do you have to make me say these things? I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was, for some reason, it felt really good. But I still was having trouble breathing. I was about to pass out. But just before I would have, the wriggling object left my mouth. Oh, look at her! Look at her! What? I know there's like weird warping delusion stuff going on, but look at her face! Look at her face! Senna's lips glistened with saliva. She had been staring at me with murderous eyes only a few moments ago, but now her eyes looked utterly enchanted. Wait, had she just kissed me? Me? Omae Yusha? What did she say? I mean your strength. Oh, sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there. Fight by your side, okay. Omae koso Yusha. Yusha means hero. Whether you like it or not. After rattling off that insanity in an angry voice, Senna brought her face to mine once again. What the? What? Whoa. She pressed her lips madly against mine and violated my mouth. Again? Again? We're saying it like that? Her hot breaths and sweet saliva trickled past my lips. Okay, calm down now, Senna. Calm down.
私は勇者に純血
You're
を
a what?
捧げるために生まれてきた巫女だ。
You're a what? You do what? In a state of pure ecstasy, she rattled off line after line that made me think, what eroge is this?
お前がいないとこの戦いには勝てない。
We can't win the war without you. Please fuck me. Actually, MC, you got grown-up kissed. And if love is war is anything to go by, you're making a home run in the next few minutes.
さあ、血の契約を交わそう。
Okay, now let's... that's a little much. Maybe, like, dinner and a movie first? You know... Okay, alright. Okay, don't do that. Senna's teeth sank deeply into my lip. Pain shot through me, and the taste of blood spread inside my mouth.
お前が欲しい。
Did she have any idea how to ask someone something? Even if she did, everything she said was completely absurd. But the sensation of basically getting reverse rape... I mean, that is basically what it is, I guess? Well, to be blunt, I was hard as a rock. God. I mean, I can't blame you, but also, what are these lines? I could get into this kind of roleplay. What are these lines you're making me read? Talk to me. Okay.
無視するな。
Alright, we gotta wake up from that dream. Don't you dare ignore me. What? Shot back to my senses. Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, and she still had me pinned. Wait. And she still had me pinned me to the playground. Okay, I'm not wrong. I read that correctly. Committee of Zero? You will... is that what they're called? Committee of Zero? Whoever did this translation version. Was it Committee of Zero? Because their name was supposed to be a reference to the Committee of 300, but I think it's Committee of Zero. Let me just double check to make sure, okay? I gotta know who I have to criticize, okay? Committee of Zero, fix this shit, okay? You make me feel like I'm an old senile man, and that's not true. Not yet, at least, okay? It's not true. It says it right here. Senna was still grabbing me by the chest, and she still had me pinned me to the playground equipment. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And her face was still really close. Our eyes met, and my face went hot.
その力のことを誰に教わったんだって聞いているんだ。
I just did it. I'm just a natural. I didn't remember her asking anything like that. Maybe that scenario from earlier was just a delusion I'd used to escape reality? Maybe. Despite me still trying to wrap my head around the situation, Senna didn't seem to care and started shaking me violently.
誰からだ？答えろ。天聖信仰会とは関係あるのか？ないのか？
I'm sorry, the what? The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? The who? Fictional. A newly founded religion. Wait. This does not say fictional. Is this supposed to be based on a real conspiracy thing? Or... that doesn't say fictional. Fictional. A newly founded religion. Inaugurated in 1930, their public estimate places their number of followers at around 5 million. But the actual number is thought to be closer to 2 million. Its members are characterized by their ardent, forceful proselytization. Proselytization? I don't know what that fucking means. Which often causes repeated trouble for anyone involved. Kuramochi Yudai, the second generational founder, possesses absolute charisma, and in return, his followers offer absolute reverence. Okay, we're gonna look up this word, because I don't know what the fuck this word means. Proselytization. Proselytization? To induce someone to convert to one's faith. How do we pronounce this? You ready?
We are looking at how to pronounce these words, as well as how to say more interesting but confusing
I don't care.
vocabulary in
Say
English that many mispronounce, so make sure to stay tuned. to the channel. Proselytize. Stress on the first syllable.
Okay,
proselytize.
Okay, so proselytize. That means proselytization. Okay, proselytize. Okay, we're good. Okay. We're going to learn how to pronounce everything proper. So maybe that priest part from the delusion was not entirely wrong. Bringing out the thesaurus. Divine Church of the what now? I shook my head reflexively. I can't breathe. You're choking me. I'm going to pass out. I'm going to die. I'm done for. Oh. Just before I lost consciousness, Senna suddenly let go of me, and I collapsed to the ground. How did you want me to answer if you were doing that to me? I kept on coughing, struggling desperately to get oxygen in my lungs. Was Senna my enemy after all? Was she another one of Shogun's underlings? If she was, then I had to run away. Oh. Okay. Want to make out? Noticing my confusion, Senna clicked her tongue lightly and let out a sigh. And then, without saying another word, she went to leave. Guess she wasn't going to hurt me. Then... Yeah, can we talk about this real quick, actually? Can you not just... Can all the women in my life stop threatening me, saying vague shit, and then leaving? Can we actually, like, talk shit out? Can we do that? Mustering up all my courage, I called after her. I'd expected her to ignore me, but instead, she stopped and turned around. Her expression remained stern, but she still looked like she was willing to listen to what I had to say. Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Senna knew something. She'd asked me if I'd created the flower bed from before. Everyone but me had recognized the flower bed as something that had always been there, but that didn't seem to apply to Senna. Well, wait, hold on. If everyone had recognized the flower bed as something that had always been there, then why were people so surprised when she lived from it? Well, because I still wouldn't believe that somebody would, like, live as unharmed as Ayase did from that. I felt like she didn't get as much. Maybe they're shocked at how little damage she took despite falling on it, even though it was a flower bed? Because if they're also not amazed at the fact that a flower bed's there and they just assume they always believe that it's been there, then I don't know. A delusion? I had, but...
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまり、エラーを現実として認識させる。
Errors.
でも
I get those all the time. I get paid to fix them.
視界に映すだけじゃそれって幻でしかないよ。
Except you're making it so that everyone can see it. Illusions were nothing more than that. Illusions. Fake stuff you perceived as real. If that flower bed had just been an illusion, then Ayase shouldn't have survived. The only way Ayase would have been saved was if the flower bed hadn't been an illusion, but entirely real.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。
So you have 0, 1, and minus 1. Normally in computers, you have 0 is off, 1 is on. What is minus 1?
ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。
Okay, so a D-sort allows us to create a minus 1.
だがお前はディソードなしでそれをやった。
Not to be confused with a +1 or a +2 from the Germa streams. Not to be confused with those. There's a minus 1. And yet, you somehow managed to do it without a D-sword. There she goes again. More incomprehensible garbage. Wait, but I realized that what Senna was telling me wasn't just some schizo shit she'd come up with. The VR technology patent did exist after all. So that at least wasn't BS. Senna definitely knew things that I didn't.
いいか。これ以上エラーを作るな。
Sure, no problem. I'll try. Maybe? I don't know how I even did it before, but I won't. I'll try not to.
それがお前のためだ。
I mean, I just saved a girl from dying.
他にもエラーを見たら教えろ。
Well, how do I identify them? Without letting me even get a word in, Senna blasted me with thing after thing, most of which sounded like threats. And then, when she was finally done, she turned her back to me.
目に見えるものだけを信じられることがどんなに。
After spitting out one last murmur, this time, Senna finally left the park. Alright, let's go to the hospital. The floor of AH Tokyo General Hospital that housed the psychiatric ward was engulfed in silence. Ever since the earthquake had struck, the emergency room and surgical ward have been faced with a difficult situation. Injured citizens who had lost consciousness due to unexplained symptoms were being carried into the clinic one after the other. The psychiatric ward, meanwhile, was not nearly as involved in the relief efforts, nor were the outpatient facilities, allowing the latter department to conclude its operations even earlier than usual. Over the last few days, patients suffering from PTSD had come pouring in, but, at least for today, the psychiatric ward had finished all of its outpatient appointments. A nurse there, Hazuki Shino, realized that she had been working non-stop ever since her shift began the night before, and that she had hardly even taken a break. This obviously left her feeling quite exhausted and, of course, hungry. The psychiatric ward had recently lost one of its doctors in the New Gen incidents, and the person replacing him had yet to arrive, leaving them constantly understaffed. However, despite the shortage, all that remained for today's work were some minor chores that Hazuki could pass off to the next nurse, allowing her to take some time off. Reassuring herself that she only had to persevere for a little bit longer, Hazuki slapped her cheeks with both hands, then began to walk through the empty lobby, only to suddenly feel a gaze on her back. Chills run down the nape of her neck. Goosebumps rose across her skin. She reflexively looked behind her, but all she saw was a silent corridor. Not a soul was there. Huh? Miss Nurse. Is this Sua? Was that Sua? Hazuki jumped in surprise. She had heard a voice from an entirely different direction. The origin of the voice was a single man standing in the lobby, which Hazuki had been convinced was empty. He had called out to her the moment he first saw her. It is him! He's here! He's alive! He was a fairly young man and appeared quite virile. Virile? His complexion was nearly faultless, and he looked just as if not more, healthy.
あなたは
ちょっと時間もらっていいっすか?
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to be on break now, though. I don't even know who you are. He smiled awkwardly, abruptly grabbed Hazuki's arm, and started walking her from the lobby toward the stairs. Hazuki, still quite bewildered, watched as the man, Sua Mamoru, took out a black ID badge from his pocket and humbly held it out to her. It was a police badge. Ah, shit. It's the cops. Stopping at the landing of a staircase, Sua looked around carefully. He seemed to be very concerned with his surroundings.
それで、お話って。
Still having quite a bit of work left to do, Hazuki was feeling slightly restless, something Sua seemed to understand implicitly. And then, without any form of introduction, Sua produced a photo from his pocket.
この少年に見覚えないっすか?
Oh no, this is gonna be me, isn't it? Depicted in the photo was the apathetic face of Nishijo Takumi. Yep. Hazuki, confident in her ability to recognize faces due to her profession, nodded her head.
西條拓実。間違いないっすか?
Yep.
でも
Hazuki's hesitation was only natural. Leaking a patient's private information could only spell trouble, even if it was to the police. But this was something Sua had been aware of prior to speaking with Hazuki. Suddenly, Sua's light attitude that he had been displaying up until that moment shifted to a far more serious one, and he began to speak in a low voice.
頼みがあるんすけど、西条匠のカルテ、こっそり見せてもらえないですか?
I'm trying to be on break here. I haven't slept. I haven't ate. My ass has been working for like 12 hours non-stop. And now you're asking me for shady shit that could ruin my job and my life, officer. So how about no?
そんなの無理です。
Can't do it. Can't be done.
とある事件に関わる重要なことなんすよ。
Now, at a complete loss for words, Hazuki tried to leave, but Sua circled around her and blocked her path.
困ります。
Can't be done.
迷惑はかけないです。だから頼ますよ。
As a last resort, Sua got down on his
や
knees.
めてください。本当に無理なんです。
これ以上犠牲者を出さないためにも。
Hazuki had no idea what she could do to make him give up. Unable to think of any proper way to say no, Hazuki could do nothing but stammer. I mean, it's not hard. You just walk away. You just leave. He's like on the ground begging now, so you just leave. You don't have to say yes. I was in a bit of a daze after Senna left, but I quickly shook myself out of it and dashed all the way back to my base. Luckily, I hadn't been confronted by Shogun or Yua on the way. In the end, I'd come back home without finding Rimi. With all the insanity caused by Aisei and the earthquake, the school would probably let everyone else go home early. So maybe if I waited a bit, Rimi would show up. In the meantime, though, I'd just have to suck it up and deal with my own fear alone. To distract myself from my growing anxiety, I went to try and gather information on my freshly restored PC. Right as I thought that, the notification light on my phone, which I had set right next to my monitor, started blinking. When I opened it, I saw that I had received a text, and I thought it was Rimi trying to contact me, but when I opened it... Is it his sister? OMG, it's Nanami at tokomo.ne.jp. Gotta tell you about school today. Something crazy happened at school today. There was a suicide attempt. It was so freaky. I haven't been that scared in a while, Sniffle. I hope she's okay. Were you at school when it all went down, big bro? Oh, and wow, that earthquake was crazy too. It gave me a really, really, really bad headache, though. What was all that about? So she kind of enjoyed being part of the spectators, huh? That's not fucked up at all. Naturally, I didn't send a reply. I searched online for information about Ayase. Phantasm's official homepage was still down, and none of the newspapers had reported on her either. Well, I guess they had their hands full with the earthquake, so they couldn't really spend the time reporting on some random indie singer's suicide attempt. Where things were now, I had no way of figuring out how exactly Ayase was doing, so I switched topics. There was way more information on the earthquake than when I had checked earlier. Apparently, the death count had risen to 118, and the injured went above 300. Wow. I never thought the fatalities would go beyond 100. The epicenter was Shibuya, and it seemed the damage hadn't spread outside of it. It had been a seismic intensity 5 quake. According to one article, most of the magnetic media within Shibuya had been destroyed. When I thought about how I wasn't the only one to experience such tragedy, it made my frustration erupt all over again. So much lost media just happened. That would be my worst nightmare. Not just my data disappearing, but like all of Boston's data disappearing at once. Holy shit. Holy shit. So much lost media, dude. That's not good. Not good. Fucking awful, actually. It was a true, undeniable tragedy. My treasured Moepex and Arage save data. They would never come back. Sigh. I feel it. I feel it. Not good. That aside, I couldn't help but feel that this was no normal earthquake. 118 people dying wasn't normal. And of course, that abnormality had grown into a hot topic of discussion online. See, the annoying thing is, right, anything that was also stored in servers within that city for like online shit would also be fucked. So several websites are probably fucked if they were hosted in Shibuya and they had servers in Shibuya. They're probably super fucked. And of course, that abnormality had grown into a hot topic of discussion online. See, so in that sort of sense, the ESO servers might have been fucked as well, technically. They could have been. So, in this case, thinking that it was only our PC, okay, we don't have to worry about that. But if the ESO servers were all fucking wiped with that shit too, I mean, I'm sure a big game thing would obviously keep backups, right? Right? But I don't know how big ESO actually was. So, yo, they predicted the Cloudflare strikes. Okay, let's see what we got going on that channel. Jesus Christ. How are they all such uncaring assholes? Well, yeah, I mean, it's that channel. Earthquake. Seismic intensity 5 in Shibuya. Lots of fatalities. Strange editor, Tokyo. You guys think this earthquake was caused by the whose eyes or those eyes guy too? Plumber, Alaska. Omega. What the hell? Whose eyes are those eyes for the win? From Cleone Breeder, Kanto. What does that mean? Minister of Education, Irio Mote. Yeah, 100%. How else would 118 people die in an SI5 earthquake? Like, what the fuck, LMAO? And that's for the caused by the whose eyes or those eyes guy. Okay. I tried to think back to what had happened during the earthquake. First, I'd been hit by a tremendous impact. My head felt like it was boiling, exploding, even a sensation I had never experienced before. Getting hit by something that bad, dying from shock, wouldn't be all that surprising. Telling myself that I shouldn't stick to just the internet, I decided to watch some news on TV as well. My PC had a TV tuner attached to it, so that was why I didn't have or need an actual TV.
現在までに死者118名、重軽傷者300名以上と非常に多くの犠牲者が出ていることが分かっています。さて、渋谷の駅前と中継がつながったようです。島谷さん、現地の様子はいかがですか
？2005年に同じように震度5の地震が東京であったんですよ。その時はゼロで、なぜ今回は100名以上の被害者が出ているんですか？
被害者の数は震度に比例するわけじゃないんです。そこには様々な要因がありまして、亡くなった方の死因や病院に運ばれた負傷者の容体については未だ詳しい情報が入っておりません。
Wait, okay, how does seismic intensity work with the numbers? Is the higher number worse, or is the lower numbers worse? Hold on, I have to look this up real quick. Seismic intensity. Let's see here. Seismic intensity of 5. At the seismic intensity of upper 5, people find it difficult to move and dishes could fall out of the cupboards. Oh, there's a chart. There's a chart here on Japanese Times about it. Okay, yes, the higher numbers make it worse. So according to this chart I see, 3... so this is Japan's earthquake intensity scale, specifically. So out of 3, felt by most people in buildings. felt by some people walking. Many people are awakened. 4. Most people are startled, felt by most people walking. Most people are awakened. 5 lower. Many people are frightened and feel the need to hold on to something stable. 5 upper. Many people find it hard to move. Walking is difficult without holding on to something stable. Lower 6. It is difficult to remain standing. Upper 6 is upper 6 and 7. It is impossible to remain standing or move without crawling. People may be thrown into the air. And there's no other numbers after that because I'm assuming you're fucked if it's any higher than that. So, okay. Regrettably, we do not have any details on the cause of death nor the conditions of the injured who were transported to the nearest hospital. Okay.
また渋谷区を中心に磁気メディアが全壊してしまっていることについて、
Yeah, what happened to all the
専
data?
門家にお越しいただいております。
Specifically Shibuya.
地質学産業研究所より林原泰造先生、財団法人地質調査環境センターより小沢幹人先生にお越しいただきました。
林原さん、今回の地震について磁気メディアに深刻な被害が出た原因というのはどういうところにあるんでしょうか。
How would you explain the severe damage caused to magnetic devices that occurred during... Okay.
まず知っておいていただきたいのは、渋谷区あたりの地下200メートル付近には磁鉄鉱、つまり天然の磁石が多く埋蔵されている地層があるということですね。
Okay. Natural magnets underneath the ground.
地層の分類としては火成岩層ですが、私たちはこのエリアを磁鉄鉱の谷、マグネタイトバレーと呼んでいます。
マグネタイトバレーと呼んでいます。
地中にある磁石の谷ですね。文字通りかなり大規模な岩脈なんですよ。ここにですね、今回の地震のような大きな刺激が加わったとするならば、その影響で地上に存在する磁生態、主に磁気メディアの持つ記録部に、致命的なダメージを与えてもおかしくはないんです。
Okay. Fatally damaging all metallic media. Stimulus? Major stimulus arises. Okay. So earthquakes can just stimulate magnetism to, like, do shit? It can just influence the magnets under the ground? What do you mean? What does that even mean?
何をバカな。
小沢先生は別の意見ですか？
It was the government or spirits. One or the other.
確かに渋谷の地下には巨大なマグネタイトの岩脈があることは事実です。ですが、磁石と呼ぶにはあまりにも微弱なこのマグネタイト群にはですね、地上の磁気モーメントや安定磁場を崩すほどの力はないというのが通説になっています。
Yeah, because otherwise shit would be fucked like almost all the time, right?
実際ですね、過去にも震度5の地震は何度も発生しています。過去のそれらの地震では今回のような被害はなかった。
True, speaking facts.
なので原因は別にあるのではないかと考えるのが妥当だと思います。
You're wrong, Mr. Expert that we've called on to here. You're just wrong. Get him off the stage.
そうは言うがね、今回の異常な犠牲者数についてはただの地震では片付けられない何かがあるのが事実なわけであり、渋谷にいた人のほとんどが頭痛がしたって訴えていることからも間違いなく磁鉄鉱が関係している可能性が。
Wait, I've got it. Wait. It's the Breaking Bad scene. This is what has happened. The Breaking Bad scene where they're like, Walter, they got one laptop in storage with evidence that could incriminate all of us. We're boned. We gotta get it out of there, or we gotta leave town. And Jesse goes, what about magnets? Like a magnet, yo. And then they super magnetize the side of the building to erase the laptop. The government and the higher shadow committees and the shadow organizations, okay, have been doing all this funding towards the project to wipe all of the magnetic media in Shibuya to clear out evidence of certain crimes where evidence was stored in Shibuya. This must be what this was. Or somebody had something on certain hard drives that they really, really did not want people to find. One or the other. But either way, Jesse Pinkman was right all along. Magnets. He was right. We should have known. The second I heard magnets, I was thinking of Breaking Bad. See? Magnets, dude. It has to be. It has to be. This was all just an elaborate prank or diversion to, like, just erase some evidence. That's all it was. And they're probably getting paid a shit ton to do it too, you know?
Yeah,
the deaths are they were like, we could accept a certain number of deaths in order to make this happen. But then he's like, yeah, it might be over 100. He's like, what the fuck? We did not say we wanted over 100 deaths in that plane. That's a little much. But, I mean, what are they going to do? They don't have any evidence of it. So, there you go. Do you mean to claim that a magnetic field could kill over 100 people? Cut to commercial, quick. I'm being called out. Live. Right after the earthquake, there had been a huge white mist floating above Shibuya. It turned the sky completely white, and yet it hadn't even been mentioned on the news. When the information had been fresh, everyone made sure to report it. But now, they were acting like it never happened. Something about that just felt wrong. Back to the hospital. The off-hours entrance of AH Tokyo General Hospital featured an area where ambulances could pull up alongside the building in order to deliver emergency patients. Oh, ISA is about to get dropped off, isn't she? 2 ambulances were currently parked there, and paramedics were carrying those injured during the earthquake into the hospital. A doctor wearing light green surgical scrubs and the middle-aged head nurse accompanying him were loudly directing the paramedics through the process. The area around the off-hours entrance was already lined with patients waiting to receive treatment, the sheer number of which indicating how busy the doctors truly were. There were 2 types of patients getting carried into the hospital. First, the ones suffering from physical trauma. Patients would come with blood flowing from their arms, legs, and foreheads, their faces contorted in pain, while their state made them difficult to look upon. Their treatment had been relegated to a low priority. The other type was those who were unconscious despite showing no signs of physical trauma. These patients were prioritized. The number of unconscious people was awfully high among the emergency patients brought in from this particular earthquake. Such a high number had not been observed following the previous major earthquakes. It was an entirely new phenomenon. Moreover, the doctors were unable to explain the reason why so many of them had fallen unconscious. Another ambulance arrived at the hospital, its siren blaring loudly. When the emergency responders disembarked from the ambulance, a doctor asked the patient's condition, and a paramedic immediately responded with top priority. He was very forceful about it, too. This was all it took. In a normal situation, the doctor would have protested, asked for more information. In such an unprecedented chaotic situation, one would have expected that just shouting top priority would be answered by a succinct, "You don't say." Uh-oh. We know that sound effect. And yet, surprisingly, both the doctor and the head nurse merely gave a light nod, then proceeded to help unload the stretcher from the ambulance. The person lying on the stretcher was Kishimoto Ayase. She was unconscious, yet faint moans escaped her. Okay, so it's just the sounds of the stretcher? Because it's the same sound effect that Shogun's wheelchair used. So I don't know. A little weird. Paying no mind to the resentful gazes of the injured patients sitting around the entrance, the doctor and paramedics hurriedly carried the stretcher inside the hospital. A girl stood at the hospital's main entrance, observing the situation from a distance. Sakiata Rimi's eyebrows furrowed atop her stern expression. Her teeth sank into her lip. Son. Obviously, I was concerned about the earthquake, but Shogun was way more of an issue to me. I couldn't get him out of my head. And speaking of, my headache was more or less gone, but anxiety had already swooped right on in to replace it, as did the depression that came with me being alone. I still hadn't heard from Rimi. I tried to call her myself, but it had gone straight to voicemail. Up until now, Rimi had always come dashing in to rescue me, telling me everything would be fine. So of all days for her to not do that, why today? Hadn't she told me that she would always stay by my side? I gritted my teeth, and then, as a way to escape my anxiety, I decided to focus entirely on reconfiguring my PC. First things first, I need to fix the settings on my email software. It had been forever since I'd first set it up, so I couldn't remember how exactly to do it. So the first thing I had to do was find the instruction manual I'd been included with the email So the first thing I had to do was to find the instruction manual that had been included with the email software provided by my ISP. Despite not putting in much actual physical work, I found myself drenched in sweat. I nearly given up out of frustration multiple times throughout the process. It ended up eating a full hour of my time, half of which was spent trying to find the damn manual, just to recover my email address. Bro, just Google your manual. Just Google it. Just taboo search your thing. Come on. I thought you were a real gamer. Well, now that I had it back, I should check it right away. You got mail, you big dum-dum? Alright, what we got here? I'm a hopeless perv. Be my fuck buddy. From Maria. Yeah, okay, so that's real. Have mind-blowing sex. From Shin. That's real. You've been gifted an honorary deposit from the bank. Oh, that's good. I had a great time last night. From Chibana. Is that also scam? Probably. Urgent applicants needed. Actually, wait, the bank one might also be a scam too. Now that I realize it. The honorary deposit? Yeah, that's probably a scam. Urgent applicants needed. 20 positions open. From information. 20 whole positions? From Nanami. Whose eyes are those eyes? And that's highlighted. That's prioritized. My husband cheated on me. Ruriko. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Ready to fuck a sexy college-age lolly? From Kenzo. Why would you make me say that, Kenzo? Why would you... Kenzo. What? Kenzo, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? What did I ever do to you? Alright, so Nanami's email is what's concerning us. I couldn't hear that voice. I could finally hear that voice again. I felt so relieved. All that pain and suffering had been worth it. I had 8 new emails, all of which were spam. All of them? But what about the Nanami one? Actually, hidden among the spam was an email with a strange subject line. And an even stranger sender. I groaned reflexively. What the hell? Was Nanami trying to prank me? If she was, it was a pretty shitty thing to do. I genuinely wanted to punch her in the face. No, wait a minute. There was no reason for me to get an email from Nanami. She had never contacted me using my computer's email address before. If she had, she probably wouldn't have bothered having me buy a fucking phone. She'd always just texted me on my phone, like she had earlier. And not only that, but I had never even given her my email address. Was it just a coincidence? A fluke? Nanami was a common first name, after all. And the phrase "whose eyes are those eyes" had become so popular, pretty much everyone was using it. There was nothing strange about it being used as a subject for a spam email. But, just to soothe my anxiety, I decided to check the contents.
結構な長文だな。
This is going to be the gift from Shogun, right?
さっきはチャットで話ができて楽しかったよ。
It's fun chatting with you earlier.
ちなみに送信者の名前はダミー。
The sender name is an alias.
僕の名前は将軍だよ。
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Close the email. Don't open it. It's already too late. You already opened it. It's over. Huh? Shogun? No. It couldn't be.
将軍が僕のメアド知ってるはずが。
No, see, it's okay. It's okay, Takumi. See, here's where you're getting confused, okay? You're worried about Shogun with an O. This is Shogun with an OU. With the U, the extra U in there. Completely different person. You're freaking out over nothing. Calm down. Completely different people. He couldn't possibly know me. How would he... Wait. What if Shogun had read my mind? If he'd done that, figuring out my email address would be child's play.
嘘でしょ。
What the hell? Subject. Whose eyes are those eyes? From Nanami. 2. T_Takumi. Takumi. It was fun chatting with you earlier. Before anything else, though, I should mention the sender name is an alias. My actual name is Shogun. I'm glad Ayase-san's safe. I initially planned to paint her as the next victim of my new gen canvas, but suicide works too. You've outdone yourself, Takumi-kun. You got a new high score. I'm very impressed. You really are something special. I've been going the whole time in my head, I'm thinking, okay, Shogun's not actually the new gen killer. They're probably just actually like vague and weird and trying, like, reaching out to us as like somebody who's going to like help save us or stop the new gen killer together or something like that, or needs our help for it. So like initially my thoughts are, okay, Shogun's probably gonna actually try to be the good guy, but now he's just like, LOL, you know, I was gonna pin the next crime on her, but you know, she could die too. She could try to kill herself. That's fine. You've outdone yourself, Takumi. You got a new high score. I'm very impressed. You really are something special. But enough about that. Let's talk about Nishijo Nanami-chan. 2 of your siblings. What the hell? The 2 of your siblings. The 2 of your siblings. So I'd love to see more juicy drama unfold between you two. Ever since the earthquake hit, Shibuya's been pretty bloodthirsty. Whether we can reach a conclusion so touching, it'll blast all that way in the what? It'll blast all that away in an instant. That's up to you. It's real hard to clear quests unarmed, isn't it? You're a hero, so don't you feel you deserve a legendary sword to match? I know you do, so I hope you're looking forward to what I've got in store for you. As I read the email, seeing how friendly he was acting towards me only served to creep me out even more. This guy, he was insane. Why would he... At 9 p.m. tonight, I want you to come to the roof of O Front. You're going to be on TV, so make sure to put on a heroic tunic. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. P.S. before I forget, did you get my present? Probably a thing to let you know, hey, I have Nanami, and she's at that place, and you have to come or she's going to fucking die. It's probably going to be like the bangle we gave her or something like that. He was talking about quests and high scores, like this was some sort of game.
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。ナイトハルトじゃない。
I'm not Neidhart. I'm not Neidhart. He was planning to finally kill me. I couldn't go. There was no way I could go. I wanted to run away. Rumi, I need you to protect me. Why wasn't she answering me when I tried to contact her? Maybe she'd been injured in the earthquake. But back when I'd seen Misumi-kun, he didn't mention anything happening to her. I picked up my phone and checked if I had gotten any calls or texts from Rumi. None. Rumi, where did you... Right as I thought that, something stopped me. It was my text. At the top of the list, I could see the text Nanami had sent me earlier. Was Nanami okay? Probably not. I read Shogun's email again from top to bottom. But enough about that stuff, let's talk about Nishijo Nanami-chan. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. What? What was that supposed to mean? Forget that, I should just call Nanami. I opened the address book on my phone, only 3 numbers were registered there. Rimi's, Nanami's, and the number for my parents' house. Nanami was always nagging me to call her. Wait, what about Misumi-kun? Don't we have the number for Misumi? Oh no, Rimi probably has the number for Misumi, okay. Nanami was always nagging me to call her. Every time we saw each other, she'd bug me about it. Well, since she'd asked so many times, I guess I could throw her a bone. So please, answer. If you don't, I'm never calling you again. I swear to God, if you got injured during the earthquake and aren't answering because of it, I'll never let you hear the end of it. I selected Nanami's number and pressed the call button. I put the phone to my ear. I heard nothing. The ringing tone didn't start immediately. It was normal for my phone to take a second whenever I called with it, but right now, that 1 second of silence felt like an eternity. I was getting increasingly antsy.
早くしてよ。よし、繋がった。
Let's go. Let's jam. What? Huh? What? That sound. What was that sound? I put my phone away from my ear. An unfamiliar melody echoed throughout the room. Could it be a ringtone? Alright, we did 2 positives already. We gotta do a negative now, right? We gotta do a negative now. Negative delusion time. Whose phone was ringing? Who was phone? But with the timing, what else could it be? I shook my head. I had never even heard Nanami's ringtone. So there was no proof that the melody I was hearing was it. No proof at all. I was getting scared now. I pressed my phone back to my ear. Okay, we're gonna be finding the phone. There's probably gonna be like her head with the phone. It's not gonna be good. Nanami still wasn't answering. Please pick up. Pick up the phone already. Oh, she picked up.
ナナミでしょ。返事しろよ。今どこにいるんだ。大丈夫なの。何か言ってよ。ナナミ。
I called out desperately to the other end of the line, but the voice then answered back.
少しは落ち着いたら。
Uh-oh. We are fucked. It's over. That voice was Shogun. I was horrified. I didn't want to accept it. I'd called Nanami's phone, but Shogun had answered. Completely dumbfounded, took all I had just to say the same thing I had before.
なんでメールの意味がわからなかったのかな。信じない。
It's not happening.
こんなの信じない。
Oh yeah, it's fine. That was a delusion. We're good. Well, yeah, that's because it wasn't happening. It'd just been a delusion. A delusion featuring the worst scenario I could think of. But reality wasn't too far off. Nanami still hadn't picked up, and the sound of someone's ringtone continued to echo throughout the room. The melody was a happy-go-lucky one, something that was in harsh contrast to my current state of mind. The sense of dread within me was growing. Okay. Talk to me very clearly. This is your sister's phone, which is somewhere in your shipping container, or near it, which also contains the present. Probably. The melody was a happy-go-lucky one, something that was harsh contrast to my current state of mind. The sense of dread within me was growing. There was no getting around it. Nanami's phone was in this room. Couldn't think of any other explanation. Couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. P.S. Before I forget, did you get my present? This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. It didn't matter how much sense it made. It just couldn't be true. I slowly lowered the hand holding my phone. I couldn't even blink. My throat was dry as a desert. Even still, I searched for the source of the sound. This time I slowly, ever so slowly, examined each and every object scattered throughout the room. I hated myself more than ever for not cleaning my room. If only I was more organized, I could have spotted where it was coming from immediately. Where the hell was it coming from? A box. That box. What's in the box? Shadow, you don't know that reference, but it's a movie. It's a movie reference. It's a classic movie reference, okay? What's in the box? That song was coming from inside of it. It was the size of about 2 Aerogate cases. That's how he measures things? Takumi. You measure things by Aerogate cases? At first I thought it was something I'd bought online, but there was nothing printed on it. There wasn't a shipping label either. It was sealed with duct tape. Had this large box always been here? Had it fallen from the bed during the earthquake?
Yeah.
It couldn't have. I'd never seen it before. If it was something I'd bought online, I would have opened it straight away. If it was something I had sold and was shipping to someone else, I'd have sent it off the moment I sealed it up. For a second, I considered that maybe Nanami had dropped it off, but I couldn't remember her bringing in a cardboard box of this size. Which could only mean, during the hour I'd been at school, someone had entered my base. I have a present for you. I hope it pleases you. What are these sounds? My heart was beating out of my chest. In a panic, I went to check the lock on my door. Alright, that's smart to do, actually. That's actually pretty reasonable. I actually don't know why he doesn't constantly... Well, I mean, no, he does always have it locked, but he went to check it again to make sure it was locked. Okay. Earlier in the day, when I wandered outside my base, I didn't remember locking the door. And I couldn't blame myself. At the time, I had been suffering from a stabbing headache, and I was really dizzy. When I come back from school an hour later, I hadn't locked the door then either. Anyone could have easily gotten in. Was it Shogun? Had Shogun really broken in? I looked at the box again. The song was still playing. Nanami's phone was in there. I nervously lifted the cardboard box. It was heavy. How heavy it was, there was no way. There was just a phone inside. That's not good. It had to weigh about the same as 500 milliliters of soda. We measure things in Aerogate game cases and soda? I was hesitant to open it. I had a very bad feeling about this. There was nothing else I could do. I had to open it. I was too worried about Nanami. She was a total brat, but at the end of the day, she was still my little sister. Nanami's phone was in the box. In other words, someone had taken her phone from her. Now then, let the quest to rescue Nanami begin. That had been Shogun's email. I looked at the clock. It was already past 7:30 p.m. Nanami might be in danger. I had no choice but to open it. My heart refused to stop pounding. Large drops of sweat began trickling down my forehead. With a moan, I wiped away the sweat with the back of my hand, and then slowly, I tore off shoddily applied duct tape. You're not gonna like it. We're not gonna like what's inside of this. We're not gonna like it. Mumbling that like a prayer, I opened the box. Why is it wrapped? A lump of aluminum foil packed carefully with cushioning material. Why is it wrapped in aluminum foil? Why is it shaped like that? I peeked fearfully inside the box, but the phone was nowhere to be seen. The song was coming from inside the tinfoil. You have to open this up. What are we thinking? Is this a hand? Is this the hand with the bangle on it? Sweat got in my eyes, and it stung. Before I knew it, my entire body had gotten soaked in sweat. No, I can't do this anymore. Why me? Why does it have to be me? I nearly said those tearful complaints aloud. I pleaded with Saratan for comfort, but she didn't say anything. A myriad of delusions swirled within my head, so much so that it felt like it was on the verge of exploding. I couldn't even focus hard enough to have a delusional conversation with Saratan. My mind was racing so fast I couldn't even think straight, and yet, despite the near shutdown of my brain, the happy-go-lucky melody from the phone kept assaulting me relentlessly. We're gonna open it. We're gonna open it. Having made up my mind, I pinched the edges of the aluminum foil with my fingers. Closed my eyes, held my breath, and tore off the aluminum foil in one go. Nice cheerful music for the fucked up thing we're about to see. I could hear the song even more clearly than before. I was too afraid to open my eyes. We're partying. I tried as hard as I could to catch my breath, but to no avail. It was fine. Everything was fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything's fine, probably. That's why I called the stream, right? So everything's fine. It was just a harmless prank from Nanami. Just wait, any second now, Nanami was gonna burst into the room with a big smile on her face, yelling, "Surprise! Haha, I got you!" Yeah, I was sure of it. There was no reason to even consider anything else. Once she did that, I'd lay into her like never before. Then I'd never talk to her ever again. Go on, Nanami, prove me right. I had to open my eyes. I couldn't keep staring at the darkness. Not looking at it was only making things worse. All it did was force me to imagine what horrors might be inside. I couldn't even handle any more terrifying delusions. Bro is not having a good time here. And so, I slowly opened my eyes and saw it. Yeah, that's about what I figured. With the Garo Froggy, and the phone, and the bangle, yeah. Lying in the foil was a hand. A cleanly severed, slender hand. Grasped in that hand was a phone identical to mine. And wrapped around its wrist was...
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。お兄、どう？似合う？
It doesn't look so good in you anymore. I won't lie. Oh my god, this is a nightmare with the phone music stopping and then coming back. A yellow leather band that had turned crimson. A bangle. Jesus Christ. And then we cut there. Okay, that sounds about right.
ここからは少し専門的な話になりますが。
Rather technical. Okay, get your anime science notepads ready for this.
君は元医師だろ。患者に説明するように分かりやすく簡潔に話してもらえるとありがたい。
努力しましょう。さて、人間の脳の中にある何億という脳細胞。
Lots of cells.
それらは細い神経の糸を出し合って、それぞれに手をつないでいるような格好をしています。
Are we talking about synapses? Are we talking about neurons and synapses? Is that what this is?
しかし実際には各神経の先端にある手と手の間にはごくわずかな隙間が空いているんですよ。 脳細胞に情報の電気信号が送り出されると、その神経の手のひらから極小の物質ドーパミンがボールのように飛び出してきます。
Dopamine, a neurotransmitter found inside the brain. Dopamine is mainly produced by the A9 and A10 nerves found in the brainstem, where it is then released from synapses. Humans learn through various experiences as they go throughout their daily lives. Dopamine is released in large amounts during these activities, regulating emotions in such a way that it allows for easier learning. On the other side of the coin, however, there are many symptoms that are thought to be caused by excessive dopamine release. These include hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, substantive addiction, the inability to quit smoking, etc. Okay, let me make sure I understand this right. Dopamine is produced between specific nerves, A9 and A10, around the brainstem. Humans learn as they go throughout their lives. Dopamine is released large amounts, regulating emotions in such a way that allows for easier learning. Okay, yeah, because the dopamine is supposed to be like a good neurotransmitter, like make you feel good, right? Something like that. Okay. Okay, but there are many symptoms that are thought to be caused by. Okay, so if you release too many dopamines, that's where you get like ADHD and like paranoia, delusion. Okay, all right. If I'm understanding this right, okay, I'm processing this. We got to get our anime science brains on here.
それは反対側の神経の手のひらにキャッチされ、再度情報の電気信号に変わって、また隣の脳細胞に伝わっていく。
Okay.
脳の構造は簡単に言うとその繰り返しです。
Yeah.
我が社が開発した第2世代ノア2はこの部分に干渉することで
Okay, so we manipulate the dopamine levels within the brain in certain areas, and we utilize this to cause hallucinations and delusions and paranoia and all that stuff.
人に疑似的な映像を見せることを可能としました。
Okay.
ホログラムのようなものか。
In a way.
あるいは幻覚かな。
Yes, that's
幻覚の方が近いでしょう。ですが明確に違う点として、その疑似的映像は確かな存在感があるものとして映る。と人間の目。視覚というのは実に興味深いものです。視野は単眼の場合、鼻側60度。耳側100度程度。両眼の重複視野は120度で、周辺視野を含めれば180度から200度もの視界が広がっているんです。
Okay, get out your protractors.
その一方で、以前ご説明したようなデッドスポットもまた存在する。
Yep.
脳にとって視覚とは最もつながりの深い部位です。脳はそのおよそ 80% を視神経情報の処理のためだけに使っている。
Yep, a lot.
その点については300人委員会も注目しておる。
Yep.
人間の視覚にはまだまだ謎が多い。世界中で研究テーマとして上がっているものだけでも1000以上に及ぶからね。
アメリカで数年前に発行された行政命令、機密の人体研究に対する保護の強化というのは委員会による圧力ですか？
圧力ではない。これは選定だよ。
300人委員会はどこの馬の骨とも知れん研究者がこの分野に足を踏み入れることを歓迎せん。
They're like, what the hell are you doing messing with our research without our permission, okay? Fuck you guys over in America.
当然ながらアメリカだけではなく世界各国にも同様の指示は出ている。
Naturally.
我が国は随分自由のようですね。私のような人間を放置しているぐらいですから。
勘違いしてはいかんな。何のために我々がいると思っている。
君はすでに選定済みなんだからこそ君には何よりも成果が求められている。
300人委員会をも出し抜けるような成果というわけですね。
うかつな口を聞くなと言っておる。
今はまだ我らの真の目的を誰にも悟られてはならない。たとえ委員会に対してもね。
これは失礼。
Pardon my speaking out of turn.
説明を続けたまえ。
ノア2が生み出した疑似的映像は視神経パルスに変換して電磁波として照射します。
Okay, yep. So, converting to optic nerve impulses and radiated. Okay. So, we take some images, put it into the NOAA 2. It turns them into optic nerve impulses. But we're sending them to them through electromagnetic waves via the satellites, I'm assuming.
対象の皮膚や頭蓋骨を貫通して直接ドーパミン受容体、つまり先ほどの説明でいうところの手のひらにキャッチさせるのです。
They penetrate the skin and cranium of the person targeted by them and are then intercepted by the dopamine receptors, which I previously referred to as the palm of a hand.
そしてデッドスポットへと最終的に落とし込まれる。
Okay.
特に G レートの高いエリアの人々は空中の映像パルス信号を敏感にキャッチします。混乱した脳はその疑似的映像を現実だと判断することになります。
Okay, but here's the confusion though. We're not just sending hallucinations and tricking their brains like that. In certain ways. For instance, if you were to use this to try to convince ISA that there was actually a flower bed on the ground, and you convince everybody else too, she's still fucking dead. Because she still actually hit the fucking ground. Not a flower bed. But everyone would think it's a flower bed. So whatever we're doing here is obviously not doing that step of it, I guess.
これが人間の視界の中に無から有を作り出すメカニズムです。
But this is still like a hugely evil, like, we are going to influence the minds of everybody using delusions meme. That's not good either.
ノア2を用いれば街中のどこを見ても先生の選挙ポスターだらけなどという芸当も容易というわけです。
We don't even have to pay to make the posters made. You just get free advertisement.
ただし、あくまで人々のバイオリズムが高い状態であることが条件ですが。
In a high state.
幻覚によって意志を誘導するか。沈黙の兵器とシステムは同じというわけだね。
Devices designed to implement mind control on a global scale. They allow for the automation of society and the enslavement of all humanity except for the few elite. Based on the top secret document Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars discovered in the United States. Did we do that?
条件さえ満たせば対象の見ている世界を自在に書き換えることができる。
それはギガロマニアックスと同等の力ということか。
Gigalomaniacs?
その通りです。ノア2は機械仕掛けのギガロマニアックスと言ってもいいでしょう。
Gigalomaniacs?
理論値通りに稼働を始めればギガロマニアックスたちと同等、いや近い将来それ以上の能力を再現できるようになります。
I don't even know what a Gigalomaniac is, but you can get greater than that?
だが効果の有効範囲はどうなっている？電磁波は垂れ流しなのかね？
それでは汎用性という点がおろそかになる。我々は無差別な洗脳を望んでおるわけではない。対象？
ご心配なく。そのために機能因子を用意してあります。
Okay.
モニターをご覧ください。
Okay. Look at the monitor.
なんだこの小汚い連中は。
Low life scum. We've sent some people around to fuck with the town, I guess, is what I'm assuming this is. Also, is he wearing a Seraton shirt? I can't tell.
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。
Porters?
言い換えれば、
like in Death
マインドコン
Stranding?
トロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。
Mind control units. Okay, mind control. a technique used to guide people to a predetermined conclusion while providing the illusion that their decisions have been of their own volition. Unlike brainwashing, however, it shows no clear evidence of coercive force. For example, a pedestrian may be stopped on the side of the road by a person calling out to them, "I'm studying palm reading," the person says. If the pedestrian humors them, the palm reader may then invite the pedestrian to join their religion, creating an atmosphere in which it feels like they can't refuse. This and a variety of similar tactics are all forms of mind control.
彼らが背負っているリュックの中には、ノア2のパルス波を送受信するためのポートが入っています。ポートは信号を受け取るとリモートで周囲へと放出するわけです。
歩く端末というわけか。それならば有効範囲の制限などないに等しいな。
限定的使用も問題ないことになるね。
状況は理解した。貴様は引き続き計画を続行したまえ。
ただし300人委員会に悟られるような言動はくれぐれも慎むように。
Okay, so if I understand it right, we have a problem with the range of effect needed for the thing that we're using. These porters, we've just all given these like backpacks, I'm assuming have the device that's going to be transmitting the signal that we need for this thing. We're just going to send them out there to cover all the bases for it. Okay. That's the one dude that we saw who was fucking with the crowd of people and then Senna tried to stop him. Okay. Or did stop him. Okay.
あとは何人犠牲を出そうと構わん。
Well, I mean, it sounded like you cared the other day, or earlier today, when you're like, hey, what the fuck was with, like, over 100 people dying? That was a part of the plan.
ご理解いただきありがとうございます。それでは、ポーターとして使える人材を提供していただきたいです。
手配しよう。
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
それと引き続き、先生方にはメディアのコントロールをお願いいたします。すべては、
Yeah, sure, we can do that.
我ら3人の目指す理想のために。
Am I having a delusion right now? Wait, what? Seiratan! You're here!
Taki!
Hi, that's me! I'm Taki! Taki da! Taki! Taki desu!
聞こえてるっしょ?
Hi! Hi! 聞こえます。
聞こえてるよ、セーラタン。
聞こえてるよ。
あのさ、もうこのゲーム終わりにしようよ。
You know, you're right. Let's just quit. Let's just quit. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that yet.
ゲーム？
ゲーム？
ナナミッチはタッキーの大事な妹だってのはわかるけど、きっともう手遅れだよ。
そんなこと。
There's gotta be more time.
そんなことないよ。
だって腕を切り落とされちゃったらさ、普通出血多量で死んじゃうっしょ？ゲームだったら違うかもだけど。
なんでナナミが。
もうさ、ゲームオーバーなんだよ、きっと。
Just give up. That's what Seiratan said to do.
早くゲームをやめないと、
just give up.
もっとたくさん人が死んじゃう。
So many people.
でもセーラタンだって悪いやつと戦ってるじゃないか。
だって私はアニメだもん。
I'm not real, fucking idiot. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I beat all the bad guys because it's fiction. You're fucked, kid. Good luck. I forcefully shoved Seiratan's figure inside the inner pocket of my uniform.
助けなきゃ。僕が。
I had brought Seiratan as a good luck charm. In a normal situation, I would never get caught dead carrying around a figure, because it could get damaged, obviously. Destroying my precious waifu was the most horrible thing an otaku could do. But right now, I couldn't bring myself to abide by my usual policies. I needed the emotional support above everything, above all else. I'm not real, baka. Baka. Dummy. You got mail, you big dum-dum. And on top of that, I might not live to see another day. Anyway. I took one last glance at Saratan. Her head was sticking out of my pocket, and by doing so, I managed to hold back the tears that were on the verge of flowing out. Suddenly, someone bumped into me from behind, making me stumble. I turned around to see some DQN staring at me with an annoyed look. And yet, much to my surprise, he didn't say anything. He simply vanished into the crowd. I looked around. I was at Scramble Crossing. The crowd was so huge. It was hard to believe it was 9 p.m. on a weekday. And not to mention the very same day an earthquake had killed 100 people. I felt like I was suffocating, waiting for the pedestrian signal. People were surrounding me from every direction. And for some reason I wasn't aware of, the media was flooding in too. People with huge TV cameras were forcing themselves onto the road, halting traffic. The flashes coming from them every couple seconds nearly blinded me. A group of people who were like the reporters were giving passionate speeches to their respective cameras. A few policemen were attempting to shoo away the mass media and pedestrians standing in the road, but gaining back control of the situation seemed pretty much impossible. It was like a paradise for people without cars. Were they holding some kind of event? Why this late? Why today? Considering 100 people had died, this was definitely in bad taste. Didn't they have any kind of respect? And if there was an event, it was crazy that even the mass media was joining in on the insanity. Japan was over. Cancelled. Meh. Not that it mattered to me. The place Shogun had told me to go was O-Front, a building which sat right in front of the Scramble Crossing. The one with the Tatsuyan star bricks. You know, the star bricks located inside it. I really didn't want to come alone, but I couldn't get in touch with Remy no matter how many times I tried. And the police were probably still mistaking me for the new gen culprit, so I couldn't go to them. But the time Shogun had set was getting closer and closer, and I was too worried about Nanami to stay home, so I had no choice but to go there while holding on to Saratan. Thank you for stopping whatever that sound was. I carved a path through the sea of people and somehow managed to get inside of O-Front. Unfortunately for me, it was pretty crowded inside too, but I didn't have the strength to be upset about it. The only thing on my mind were my prayers for Nanami's safety. I took the escalator that led up to the upper floors. Using one of the windows inside the star bricks, I was able to look down towards Scramble Crossing. Now that I was looking at it from above, it was even more crowded than I had thought. And they weren't just standing there either. Some were waving, some were jumping, some were doing both. Countless dark heads bobbed up and down. It was even more blinding now than when I was down there. It felt like all the lights were pointed at me. With each new floor the escalator brought me to, my heartbeat got faster and faster. I took out my phone to check the time. There was 1 minute left before 9 p.m., the time he'd set. The thought of Shogun killing Nanami out of anger had terrified me so much that I started sprinting up the steps of the escalator, pushing aside anyone in my way. I changed to an elevator to access the top floor. I didn't know how to get on the rooftop after that, but as I wandered around, I spotted an emergency staircase. No one stopped me as I shot through it, and I successfully made my way to the rooftop. A strong wind was blowing. Considering it was the end of October, it was weirdly lukewarm outside. It took a minute, but I soon realized that it wasn't a natural breeze, but one blown by the outdoor AC unit. I buttoned the front button of my uniform so that Saratan wouldn't fall out. I can't believe we actually brought our Comfort Saratan figurine to go face Shogun, who we believe to be the new gen killer, and also has kidnapped our sister and cut off her hand and gave it to us as a present like a psychopath. We have to bring our Comfort Saratan figure, which we have delusions about it calling us a bunch of, like a big dum-dum. And we're talking to it. I felt a slight sense of relief when I heard Saratan's voice in my head. Saratan was with me, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I desperately tried to convince myself of that. Before that moment, I had yet to realize how dark it was. The only source of light was from the back of the lit O-front sign. Ironically, the neon lights from the surrounding buildings were too bright for me to see anything. If someone was hiding in the shadows, I would have been incapable of seeing them. Darth Vader, is that you? My heartbeat, which had started to finally calm down, skyrocketed once again after hearing those words break the silence. I looked all around me, but I was unable to figure out what direction the voice had come from. And then I heard a sound, a squeaking sound, that I'd heard several times before. This time I deliberately focused my gaze onto the rampant darkness. There, I spotted the glow, the backlit root outline of a wheelchair's wheels.
Huh?
Shogun? He was talking to me like he knew me, like we were friends. It felt so wrong. Goosebumps sprang up on my skin. I didn't want to talk to him. I was too scared. I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Yeah, just run. Use the Joestar method. I mean, that's probably true. But Nanami was... Well, not completely alone if you count Serotan. Wait a minute. Something was off about him. He was different from before. Yeah, his voice. Something was off about his voice. Okay. I mean, you could just be using a voice changer. That doesn't... Like, are you saying this as if you are, like, manipulating your voice with your mind or some shit? There's, like, some kind of fly flying around. I don't know where the fuck it is or what it went, but I don't know what the fuck that was. What was going on? His voice kept changing. Was he used as some kind of voice changer? Did he want to hide who he was by disguising his voice? Why now, then? Why hadn't he before? That aside, though, I wasn't following what he was saying. So true! Listen to Serotan. Not anyone, not just this psychopath, but anyone. Don't listen to anybody. You're right. You're completely right, Serotan. Serotan always spoke nothing but the truth. She only speaks in red text. Only in red text. I tightly squeezed Serotan's body through my clothes. Felt like my heart was about to burst from the fear. Even still, I desperately forced out my voice. I thought stuff like this only happened in TV and video games. Nah, she's fine. I mean, that's not true depending on how they cut it off. We just remember her eating the fish sandwich one. Tears began to flow. Nanami's sulking face appeared in my mind. Honestly, she was a brat. A really annoying one. And yet, despite that, I was so sad. Sad enough for tears to flow.
Nanami wa 僕の妹なんだ。僕の大切な。なんで殺したんだ。ひどいよ。
死んだと思う。もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。
え
That's true. It could have been anybody else's. Just put a bangle on it.
バングルと携帯はナナミちゃんのものだとしても、手首そのものは別人のものかもしれない。
We didn't even think about that. Because we're too paranoid, okay? Not thinking straight here. Nanami was alive? This is where he goes, no, it actually is her hand, though. I was just saying, you know, did you even consider maybe it's not her hand? It's totally her hand, though. She has one less hand, but, you know.
君が見事クエストをクリアしたら、ナナミちゃんは返すよ。
No questions?
生きているナナミちゃんを。
Alive, of course. Quest. Shogun had used that word again. Did he want me to think of this like a game? But the real me wasn't a hero. It wasn't anything like one.
でももしクリアできなかった場合、ナナミちゃんは帰ってこない。
Uh-oh. Suddenly, Shogun's voice became cold as ice. Getting scared of some old guy like this was pathetic, but this man wasn't normal. This man was the new gen culprit.
だから、僕を失望させないようやり遂げてほしい。君ならできるよ。
I could do it.
なんで僕なの？僕じゃなくても、僕なんかじゃなくてもいいじゃないか。
君でなくちゃダメなんだ。
だからなんで？
君は選ばれた人間だから。
Did I have to be, though? I was the chosen one?
勘違いしちゃダメだよ、タッキー。あいつの言う選ばれたってのは次の犠牲者として選ばれたって意味なんだから。
Yeah, true, Saratans, true. The tragic end of all the new gen victims flashed through my mind, sending shivers down my spine.
君は今日の昼間のことをもちろん覚えているよね。
昼間
The earthquake stuff?
学校で君は
Oh.
岸本綾瀬を助けた。
Yeah, I did that. Kind of a legend. Shogun had also mentioned Ayase's suicide attempt in the email. He must have been observing the whole debacle from somewhere. Or maybe he'd been mind controlling Ayase. Maybe he was the reason she tried to kill herself.
あの花壇のおかげで岸本綾瀬は一命を取り留めた。
Shogun knew about my power. Back at school, no one had even questioned the existence of the flower bed. The only one that had was Senna. Then she'd gone on to accuse me, and in my delusion make out with me, very violently and sexily, is what Takumi would think, of course.
お前が妄想したんだろ。
タッキー、将軍の言うことは全力で否定して。
True! Deny everything. Say nothing. Call your lawyer. Where's Saul? We need Saul here. Right. Maybe the entire reason why Shogun was following me around was he was trying to kill me. Was it because I had powers? Right? Why he was trying to kill me was because I had powers. Okay. If I claimed that I didn't have any powers, maybe he'd let me off the hook.
僕にはそんな力ない。
力？力って何のこと？僕はさ。
タッキーには力なんてないよ。ただの肝オタなんだよ。タッキーにヒーローの素質なんてないんさ。私にハーハーしてるだけの無害な引きこもり予備軍。そうっしょ？
I mean, yeah, but Saratan, you don't have to say it like that right now, at this time, Saratan, please. Listen, I have feelings, Saratan. Do you know you have rights? Constitution says you do. So do I. Yeah. The truth, the idea that I had actual real-life powers was nothing more than chuny bullshit I dreamt up. I'd almost been convinced by what Senna and Ayase had told me. But those two were raging mental cases. They weren't right in the head. Me, I'm normal. And I wouldn't be much better if I actually just believed them without a second thought. Even Remy had said it was delusional.
詳しく説明してくれない？あの花壇のこととか。
僕がやったっていう証拠はあるの？
True. True, how do you know?
花壇を何もないところから出現させるなんて、そんなの僕には無理。
花壇が何もないところから出現したんだ。
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking
他
about.
の人は誰もが最初からそこに花壇があったって話していたけど、君だけは花壇は最初はそこになかったってそう認識しているわけだ。
Wait. 5D chess. Okay, guess. Alright. What if this is Sua with a voice changer after reading the medical file and trying to fuck with him and like get more information, more evidence, and the hand was actually like from some like dead body in the morgue or some shit, or some like piece of evidence, and we put a bangle and a cell phone on it and we're just trying to get evidence. What if it's probably not, but the only one that says the flower bed wasn't there from the get-go. No one else perceives that in the same way you do. No, I dug my grave even deeper. What kind of monster was this guy? When he mentioned that he talked to everyone, did that mean he'd physically gone to my school and talked to the people there?
僕は力なんてない。自分でも一体どうやったのか。
So you did do it.
でも使えた。君が妄想したことが現実になった。
惑わされないで。タッキー、本当に力なんてあると思う？
You know, I'm pretty special, so maybe.
そんなのあ
I'm
って
pretty
の世界
amazing.
じゃん。
Well, actually, Saratan, you'd be wrong about that.
タッキーがいるのは現実なんだよ。
You dolt.
ただのことも、アヤセッチが2人に分裂したことも、それらが現実だったって証明できる？
I'm sorry, Saratan, did you just call her Ayasetchi?
無理っしょ？
I mean, that's true, I
分
can't.
裂したアヤセッチの体に触った？
I mean, I think this would be a very different game if I did. No.
ただの幻かも。
Perhaps.
そもそもタッキーはあの時、警察とかユアッチに追われて動転してたし。
I mean, that's more likely. I mean, Saratan is speaking facts here, okay? I won't lie to you. Then what about the flower bed?
同じだよ。
It's the same thingy. It was obviously always there.
花壇は最初からそこにあった。
Yeah, duh. Saratan is Battler right now, okay, from Umineko, okay? She's out here being like, listen, there is no weird delusion, reality bullshit going on, okay? You're just crazy. That's how we solve everything here. You're just crazy.
タッキーはリミッチを探してあそこへ行った時、頭が痛くてフラフラしてた。アヤセッチが落ちるまでにはっきりとそこに花壇があることを確認した？みんな誰一人として花壇が出現したことを疑問に思ってないってことはさ、逆に言えば最初からそこにあったから疑問に思わないってことっしょ？
Logically speaking, that would make
タッキ
sense.
ーが間違えてただけなんだよ。将軍の言葉に惑わされちゃダメ。
You're so right, Saratan. You're so right.
最初からそこにあった。
I repeated what Saratan had said. Well, then why did Senna get pissed at me and then make out with me in my dreams? Explain that.
最初はそこにはなかったって思い込んでたけど、記憶僕の脳内での妄想だよ。だってみんなあそこには花壇があったって言ってるんでしょ。
It's not the first time I completely forgot about something that's always been there. You know, Remy, I had completely forgotten existed for a while.
力とかそういうわけのわからないものじゃなくて、ただの思い込みだったんだ。
いや、君には力がある。そうだろ？
No, I don't actually.
死にたくない。
そうだろ？
わからない。殺さないで。
I don't want to die, man. I got ESO to play. I got shit to do.
君は自分の天才的な力についてもっと自覚するべきだよ。
You have a gift.
その潜在能力はすごすぎる。君なら世界を変えることだってできるんだ。
I wanted to go home. I wanted to hole up inside my base and play ASL forever, glued to a chair for eternity like a disabled person. I want to spend my days grinning over Saratan's figure and marathoning Blood Tune on loop. That was all I wished for. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So true. Yes, based. Shut ourselves away in the shipping container. Oh, it's time for the quest. But that's not a good first step. Yeah, this is not a good first step here. His tone was soft, yet his voice was unbelievably cold. His voice was so sharp, any will I had left to defy him was sapped away. My legs were shaking, and they refused to move. I wrapped my arms around myself. I had even lost the ability to discern whether I should listen to his order or not. That's not good. Okay, maybe that... that's not reassuring me there, Saratan. That's just make me want to give up. I managed to squeeze that out. My voice small as it could be, as small as could be. However, Shogun rejected my request in an instant. Ugh. I didn't want to think about Nanami's death. I didn't want to imagine her dying. I was too afraid that if I imagined it, it would become real. In the end, I relented. I started walking to a spot where I could look down on the scramble crossing like Shogun had ordered me to. I could barely see where I was going. If I wasn't careful, I could easily trip and fall. On the side of the rooftop facing Scramble Crossing, a transparent acrylic plate protruded out and up like a wall. It was about 3 stories high. As I approached the wall, I could hear the tumult of the crossing below. A single woman's voice caught my ear. It seemed like it was coming from the Jumbotron mounted at a neighboring building. I wiped away the cold sweat on my forehead and then, moving only my eyes, I looked toward the wall. Just as Shogun had said, there was a hole where a single person could pass through. There was an unnatural shape to it, like it'd been smashed open. It'd clearly been destroyed by human hands. Of course, there was nothing beyond the hole, only a sheer 8-story drop leading straight down to the concrete below. I don't think we're gonna do that. That's what had he just said? Yeah, he said KYS. He said KYS. No, I mean... He couldn't mean... 100%. 100%. I gulped. Was this how he'd gotten the 5 people to jump off? It really was exactly as Saratan had said. There was no way out of it. I was going to die. He was going to make me jump down from here and die. What the hell was I supposed to do? I tried to figure out what the best course of action was, but the only things circling in my mind were the most negative delusions possible. I was unable to think straight. Someone, save me. Baka! I could hear Nanami's voice echoing in my pain-stricken ears. This is what I'm remembering of her. Memories of Nanami smiling happily resurfaced in my mind. She looked so carefree. It was all my fault. Nanami had nothing to do with all this, but because of me, she'd gotten kidnapped by Shogun, and then he'd cut off her hand. I'm sorry, Nanami. I'm so sorry. I wiped away my tears, but that didn't stop them. I wiped once again. Then, with my vision still blurry, I slowly approached the smashed hole. And then, more afraid than I'd ever been before, I looked down. What? What? Suddenly, a huge cheer akin to the rumbling of the very earth itself came from the people below. Hi, everybody. Hi, welcome to the Wolfborg stream. Hey, chat, how's it going? A large crowd was gathered in front of the station. The media was there, too. They were all there for an event that was about to unfold. Is the event me? Am I the event? Suddenly, a blinding light hit me. I am the fucking event. God damn it. I squinted reflexively and looked away. Then, when my eyes landed upon the jumbotron of the closest building, what I saw was unmistakably... I'm there! That's me! They got my stream up! Me! Huh? Me? On the jumbotron was my own face. My own face covered in tears, and with my mouth hanging half open like an idiot. My back was hunched too. For a split second, I thought I was hallucinating. A chill ran through me as I thought that someone was secretly recording me somewhere. I then considered that if I was being projected, there was actually images being taken from my thoughts by Shogun. But after exhausting every last possible option, I realized that it had to be a live feed of me, right at this very moment, at this very place. And the video playing on the Jumbotron even had a news ticker featuring sensational taglines. Live from the Shibuya Station Plaza, the amazing Esper Boy finally makes his debut. The what? The ticker, commentating the situation, was situated along the bottom of the screen. The amazing Esper Boy, endorsed by the Psychic of the Century, Yuri Brightman, appears. Don't miss this one. Will he divine the new gen perpetrator's true identity? After reading it, I finally understood. I finally understood what the media and the spectators on the scramble crossing below were looking at. It was me. Don't look at me. Oh. 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 We're doing this one. We're doing it. Why are they fixated on me? Esper Boy? What the hell was that all about? Did any of them have any idea what happened today? We'd gotten hit by a damn earthquake. A seismic intensity 5 one. Over 100 people fucking had died. So why? Why were each and every one of them... Why were they waiting just to see an otaku freak like me make an ass of himself? Well, it's time to find out today. Shogun. It was most likely him who had brought them here. They were all under his mind control. Surely. All of them were expecting me to jump off from here and die. An overwhelming surge of negative emotions struck me. Tell me, was there anyone on my side? Was this Remy? Suddenly, among the clamor, I heard a voice calling my name. A voice all too familiar, a voice I knew, a voice that belonged to the one and only person on my side. It wasn't an illusion, it wasn't an auditory hallucination either. It was Remy. Remy was calling me from somewhere. Where? Where was she? I searched desperately for her. But there were too many people. It was impossible to identify a single person among them, especially from this height. Struck by despair, I hung my head in regret. Inevitably, as a consequence of this, I ended up looking directly below me. And there I saw the figure of a girl looking up at me, waving both hands. mean, she looked angry.
Rimi!
There she was. She had to come save me. Oh, thank God. Please, Remy. Please. Trust me, I won't. Happy as could be, and realizing that I had been saved, I nodded over and over again. My vision was blurred by tears of joy. I quickly wiped them away. I didn't want to lose sight of Remy for even a single second. However, I looked again towards the spot Remy was waving from and saw that something was wrong. For some reason, the crowd around Remy started surrounding her. With Remy in its center, a clear circle of dark heads began to form. They moved in closer and closer to her. This is the good illusion, right? This is the good delusion? The positive one? And eventually, who knows how many DQNs reached towards Remy and began to jostle her. Hating what had been done to her, she tried to break free from the man-made enclosure, but due to the sheer number of people surrounding her, she couldn't even take one step. It was as if she was standing right in the middle of the morning train, a claustrophobic nightmare packed to the brim with people heading to work.
Yose, Rimi ni te o tasu na yo.
I could faintly hear the sounds of her screams. The number of people surrounding Remy was gradually increasing, as was the intensity of their behavior. As they pushed her around, they pulled at her clothes, and eventually, her jacket was stripped away.
Yamero yo.
Oh no. That's not good.
Rimi, nigete! そこから逃げろ。それで早く僕を助けに来て。
My prayers were left unanswered. The crowd rushing towards Remy was still getting bigger and bigger, and her lone resistance wasn't enough to hold them back. Countless men tore off her clothes, pulled her hair, and dragged her out onto the road. This is the good delusion, by the way. You don't want to know what happens in the bad delusion. She disappeared into the sea of people, and I lost sight of her. Like hyenas devouring a dead animal's flesh, more and more DQNs rushed in for a taste, their bodies stirring around where Remy had just disappeared. Oh my god, they were going to rape her. They were going to rape Remy! The DQNs who have been brought here, who are being mind-controlled by Shogun, were going to ruin her, defile her with their filthy hands. And after that, after they were done raping her, she would meet a cruel, merciless end at their hands. Tears started to flow. I bit my lip hard. I wasn't crying simply out of sorrow and anger over what was happening to Remy. I was crying because of the sheer terror I felt once I realized every single person there was my enemy. Literally all of them. There was nowhere to run anymore. I was trapped. Okay, and then we wake up. Thank God. Okay, thank God. But remember, that was the positive one. Not good. Oh, they're saying that whose eyes are those eyes? That's a chant. It's actually really funny. Okay, you see, they're having fun with it. Okay, they're having a little fun. I was scared, this close to pissing myself. I never felt so close to death before. I felt like my consciousness was drifting away, and now I was like a child throwing a tantrum. I started to cry. I hoped that by doing so, Shogun would let me go. I hoped that by doing so, the crowd below me would maybe feel sympathy for me and come save me. I hoped that by doing so, the police would realize I wasn't the culprit, just an innocent otaku freak, and then they would come save me. I hoped that by doing so, my parents, who would be watching TV at home, would come and take my place. I hoped that by doing so, Remy would come rushing in to save me. I hoped that by doing so, I would suddenly wake up and realize that it was all a dream. With this myriad of hopes in my mind, I shook my head desperately, and then I cried out my sole wish. I don't want to die. And yet... Not good. Shogun's tone hadn't changed at all from before. My what? Yeah, that probably wouldn't be good. When he said that, I froze, unable to take a step back, nor look behind me.
気にすんな。ただの脅し文句だよ。
True! Absolutely true.
ナナミッチは死んじゃったんだよ。
I mean, yeah, it's probably true.
今ここで逃げ出してもタッキーは悪くないってば。
That's also true. Even if that was true,
そこから見える景色に集中してほしい。
Shogun's voice was very calm, which somehow only made him all the more intimidating. I couldn't even find it in me to say anything back.
君にここでしてもらうことは一つだけ。
飛び降りるなんてできない。死んじゃう。
誰もそんなことは言っていないよ。
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about, Takumi? We're not talking about that. Huh? Was I wrong? Then did that mean I didn't have to die? They're gonna say some shit like, you have to fly, and then push him off.
君にはそこから一歩も動かずに
Okay.
ディソードを見つけてもらう。
What? Well, how the fuck do I do that? Nobody's told me how to do that! Find my D sword? How? I've been searching for it as hard as I could for a long time, but I'd never even gotten close. It was completely absurd to think I could suddenly find it here just because he'd ordered me to.
ディソードはいわば妄想の剣。
I thought he was going to say, like, find your D sword now. If you don't, Nanami dies. A D sword can be referred to as a delusionary sword.
それだけ言えばわかるだろ。
Yeah, it's the name. No.
騙されちゃダメだよタッキー。ディソードなんて実在しないって。妄想が実際にあるわけないっしょ。
True.
見つかるわけないよ。
君はこれまでに剣を持った人間と何度か接触した。
Those were also my delusions.
そうだね。
No.
その人物から聞いているはず。
They didn't actually. They were very vague about it. They were just like, you gotta find it. Just find it.
よく思い出して。
この剣は命運を握る。
That's a different VN.
この剣は嘆きを収束させたもの。
Okay, that line goes hard.
この剣は超越した場所に干渉するためのもの。
Yeah, that one I don't quite
異
get.
空間のような同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性、あるいは妄想。
Perhaps a delusion.
言い方にあんまり意味はないわ。唯一確かにこの剣もその領域に存在しているといつの間にかそこにあった。気づかなかったわ最初は。でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。
It was all clear.
もしかしたら匠にももう見えているのかも。
Maybe.
見ている。
Listen, I would love to see it. I'd love to see it. Please, I would love to see it. Please.
世界を疑え。仕組みを知れ。お前の見ている景色は本物か。妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
So, I'm assuming he's trying to get at, you know, like with the flower bed that you made appear. Just do the same thing with a sword. Just make a sword. Good luck.
そうだよ。すでに多くのヒントが提示されているよね。君にはもう見えているはず。君の眼下に広がっているその景色の中に。
So, what he was saying was, Shogun was hiding a D sword somewhere in the scenery I was looking at, and I just had to find Takumi. You're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. Takumi. You summoned a fucking flower bed with your mind. Takumi.
見つけたら許してくれるの？
Sure.
見つけるだけじゃクエストクリアにはならない。
Okay, this is step one of the quest.
実際に剣を手に入れるんだ。
Oh, that's a different task.
その場から一歩も動いちゃならないっていうルールを破らないようにしてね。
Do not move. There's no way I could do that. If I couldn't move from here, how was I supposed to grasp the fucking sword? What the hell did he even want me to do?
だからあいつは無理難題を突きつけておいて結局タッキーを殺したいだけなんだって。
True.
それができないならナナミちゃんの命はない。
Well, it was nice knowing her.
逃げよタッキー、お家に帰ろう。
But he just said that if I move one step from here, Nanami will
だ
die.
からナナミッチはどうせ助からないってば。
Which is probably true. But he said that I could save her.
あいつの言葉を信じるの？
Yeah, he's just
嘘ついて
lying.
るかもしれ
What
な
are
い
you
よ。
talking about, Takumi? He's just a liar. He strained my eyes. The bright lights from below made it hard to see much of all the scenery at all. The farther away it was, the harder it was to see. I was trying as hard as I could to look around, but the scenery I could see from here wasn't all that vast. Most of it was hidden behind buildings. But I had to find my sword.
無理だよ。
What the hell was I supposed to do? Thought about what ISA and Senna had said once more.
でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。
Okay, alter my perspective.
本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。
When I thought about that, for some reason, I recalled the pattern of the ceiling in my parents' house. Back when I was a kid, I remembered having random thoughts about it before I had gone to sleep. To me, the grain of the wood on the ceiling had looked somewhat like a face. And once I had seen it that way, I could no longer see it as anything else. Pareidolia? Is that how you say it? A type of optical illusion in which the shape of a stain on the wall looks like a human face, the shape of a cloud in the sky looks like an animal, or other similar phenomenon. A large majority of spirit photography is simply pareidolia.
Hi, 目の錯覚、目の錯覚。そんな木目どこにでもいっぱいあるよ。
Yeah, true. She was right. This didn't really compare to wood patterns at all. Did it? Shogun murmured, his tone as detached as ever.
剣が見えたならそこから切り取る。
はーい、意味不明。そいつは適当言ってるだけだよ。
It's just bullshit.
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。
Literally telling you the answer. Please, Takumi. Please. Just like that flower bed? Just like when Ayase had divided herself in two? But the last time I tried to materialize a real D-sword, I tried using a delusion on the fake one, but it didn't work. I shook my head once more, then scanned the scenery visible to me from here. Quick saved? I saw a sword? What is this shit? Hold on. I mean, it's quick saved anyways, but I saw a sword. Yes, no. I answer this? Is this the answer to the question? Or what is the... Oh, this is like the door thing, right? Okay, so we can decide if we see a sword or not? I don't know. I kind of feel tempted to say no to get a bad end first, but I also feel like whatever we say might solidify things in a certain way. Let's go with yes. I saw a sword. Let's see the sword. I distinctly saw a sword. Oh. So it verifies this shit. I move from here, I can take it. We don't want to move. Right? We don't want to move. But we do want to take it, though. Yes? God damn it, I knew it. I was supposed to say no because I'm not supposed to move. Put a strong push on my back. Before I could even notice, someone had moved up right behind me. I hadn't felt any presence. It couldn't have been Shogun. I hadn't heard the creak sound of a wheelchair. Then who? The nightscape of Shibuya Station spun around and around. I fell to the earth. I felt the wind rushing over me. The ground was closing in. I could hear screams, or rather cheers, all around me. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Is this how I die? Oh God, no. Not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this, not like... Yeah, that's about right. Alright, now it's gonna load the beginning of that, probably. I'm assuming. Bold assumption, I know, but... Okay! Continue! Quick load? Yeah, quick load will be fine. I'm assuming if I say no, a similar thing will happen. Let's see. Saw something that looked like a sword. No, I didn't. Fuck you. I just hallucinated it. No, I didn't hallucinate shit. Yeah, and then it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. So I have to pick the right combination of 3 things to do the correct thing. So I can choose... I'm assuming you can choose to say you didn't see it, but you hallucinated it, and then that works out too. But what happens when I do the yes one, though? Well, let's find out. So I do yes. Then I do yes. And then I do no. I don't move. But maybe it still doesn't work because I can't take it. There we go. I can see the sword from other places than here. No? It's not actually a sword. Yes? I'd seen it. Did you see it? What? 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 Was that always there? On that? Was it? Within the night landscape blurred by my teary eyes, amid the scenery in which light was warped by my welling tears, I'd found a spot that looked just like a sword. Just like what ISA had said. I hadn't noticed it at first, but when I'd ever so slightly altered my perspective, it was there before I knew it. And even if it just been a coincidence, I was more than happy with it. The more I thought of it as a sword, the more defined it became, and over time, it was becoming more and more real. It was slowly turning into a definite part of the scenery. And eventually, even its contours became clearly distinguishable. I think? Likely having noticed my change in demeanor, Shogun immediately spoke to me. What does that even mean?
君にならできるよ。
Well,
でき
thanks.
るわけないじゃん。ダメ、タッキー。そんなことしたら下に落ちちゃう。落ちたら死んじゃうよ。
It's okay, I'll just imagine a flower bed. I'll be okay. I looked down. I saw the crowd filled with countless people. The ambulance still had yet to arrive, just like back at noon. The response time was far, far too slow. It's not an ambulance. What are you talking about? Not that it was surprising. This was just how damaging the earthquake this morning had truly been.
切り取るなんてできないよ。
固定観念にとらわれたらダメだ。
Just believe.
最初からできるわけがないと
Skill
思っていた
issue.
ら何もできない。常識を捨て去って、あるが
Just
まま
ignore
に生きれば
common sense. Just blindly trust
君には
things.
力がある。世界はその力に応えてくれる。あの花壇みたいにね。
Can I really do that? If I just reached out, would the sword become mine? If so, then I should at least give it a try. Ayase had said that my D sword would bring me salvation. Maybe those words were referring to exactly what was happening now. I would grasp the sword, complete the quest, bring Nanami home safe and sound, and have Shogun leave me alone forever. And then I would return to my peaceful life that I had been living up until now.
そんなに都合よくいくと思う？
I hope.
将軍があっさりタッキーを見逃すって？
Probably not.
だって相手は10人も殺した連続殺人鬼なんだよ。
Okay, when you put it like that, yeah, probably I'm fucked. Even Shogun wouldn't make me do the impossible. I could do it. He wouldn't tell me to do it if I wasn't capable. No, he would if he's just trying to get you killed.
あいつはタッキーを殺したいだけ。
Taki, being an idiot.
忘れたの？集団ダイブの映像。
That was literally yes.
将
Yeah.
軍は5人の男女を一回も触れることなく転落死させたんだよ。
Yep. I'm sorry, Saratan, but I'm already reaching for my salvation. The crowd below started rumbling. My every move was being monitored by the thousands of people packed in front of the station. And it wasn't just them. I was also being watched by tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people all over Japan watching on live TV. I started feeling nauseous. The extreme pressure imposed by such a strong number of people made my heart feel like it could explode at any second. No, just forget about them. If I stayed focused on them, I'd be too nervous to even lift a finger. I need to focus on only the sword. Being as careful to maintain my footing as possible, I reached out my hand. I tried to aim directly at the sword, letting my intuition do the rest. I felt nothing. The wind rushed toward me relentlessly. On top of that, the direction it was coming from was inconsistent. 1 second it was blowing at me from the front, the next it pushed me from the side. I clung to the acrylic plate in an attempt to support myself, but it was too slippery to bring me anything more than emotional support. If I let my guard down even slightly, I'd get blown off. Even so, I was still trying desperately to grab the sword, but no matter how hard I tried, I didn't succeed.
できるわけないよ。だってあれは本当の剣じゃないんだよ。
Tears welled up once more. My vision blurred, and what I once appeared to be an object similar to a sword began to lose its shape. I quickly wiped my tears away. I had the feeling that once I lost sight of it, it wouldn't appear ever again.
それならもっと手を伸ばせばいい。
I don't like that. Fuck you! You don't know how this feels! I bit my lip to hold back the tears, leaned forward more than I ever had before, and fished around in the open air with my hand. But I still couldn't grasp the sword. No, no moto. No. If I fell from here. I looked down once again. I was higher than I thought I was. I felt dizzy, so I pulled back and clung to the acrylic plate once
ど
more.
うしたの？剣を早く手に入れて。でないといつまで経ってもナナミちゃんは戻ってこない。
Oh, for a very long time? Not ever again? It's just for a very long time? Oh, okay, well, that's fine then. I shouldn't have looked down. I couldn't stop shaking. I thought I was going to slip because of it. I was so unbelievably afraid.
できないよ。許して。
君はあまり僕を舐めない方がいい。君のわがままに付き合うつもりはないんだ。
A childish tantrum? Bro, I'm gonna die. What are you talking
理想を
about?
手に入れろ。君の妹は死ぬ。君も
Well, I mean, it sounds like I'm just gonna die first.
ただそれだけ。
That's all there is to it. Oh God, I don't want to die. I had no choice but to try again. Leaned out through the hole, then extended my arm. I could see the sword over there. I tried again and again, but of course nothing happened. It felt like I could reach it, but for some reason I just couldn't do it. I lay down even further, stretched my hand out as far as I could, reaching out with my entire body to try and grasp the sword. I even straightened out my fingertips. And then I slowly closed my hand. But just like every time before it, I felt nothing. It was impossible. Just like Saratan had told me it was. There had never been a way for me to grab that translucent sword. Perspective had made it look normal size, but when I actually thought about it, I realized how enormous it actually was. It wasn't a size a human could realistically carry.
その剣をつかめばクエストクリアなんだよ。ナナミちゃんを助けなくていいの？
I don't want to die too, buddy. Don't put me in this position.
昼間のことを思い出すんだ。君の力があれば、そこから落ちたとしても、また花壇を出現させる。
The flower bed doesn't fully save you. Do you see how fucking high up we are right now, sir?
君は落ちても死なない。
That's not true.
自信ある？
Right then, Saratan's snarky whisper reached my ear. Am I sure I can do it? Do what?
タッキーがここから落ちて下の地面に激突するまでほんの3秒もないよ。
Yeah, that's not
そ
good.
の間に自分の意志でまた花壇を出現させる。タッキーがそんなすごいことできる？今まで一度も自分で意識してその力とかってのを使ったことないし。
Yeah, she's speaking the truth, okay, Takumi? Don't fucking do it. What do you mean I get to choose my delusion right now? Alright, what's the positive one do? Let's do it. The negative one has to be you just fall and die. So, what's the good one? That was true. Even if I did have powers, I had no idea how to use them.
ねえ、逃げよう。タッキーはよくやったよ。
Do we get to run away if I do this
で
one?
もこれ以上は無理。死にたくないっしょ。
But Nanami...
タッキーはよくやったよ。妹を亡くした悲劇の兄として今後もやっていけるって。
Is that supposed to be a badge of honor? The tragic big brother?
PTSD って言えば何もかも許されるっしょ。
So true!
正々堂々と
Get out of
引き
jail
こもれ
free
るの
card.
よ。
I'll be the best shut-in ever!
もしか
Base!
したらさ、どっかの偽善者が同情してタッキーを養ってくれるかもしんないね。
Sure, why not?
ブログに適当なこと書けば出版社に目をつけられてベストセラーになっちゃうかも。
Yo, let's go. Let's write some isekai.
日本中が泣いたとか白々しいキャッチコピーがつけられて、それに乗せられたバカでゆとりな人たちからの感動した共感したっていう絶賛の嵐。それで印税もガッポガッポ。半年後に映画が決定っしょ。
Yep.
すごいよ。ナナミッチをここで見殺しにするだけでタッキーにはバラ色の人生が待ってるんさ。
I'm now realizing something about this outfit here. Look at her, like, knees there. Are those eyes on her knees? I get that this is the Awakening version. I'm also realizing there's an eye in her hat in the game where it's whose eyes are those eyes, but this is like the Awakening version for her too. So I don't know. This is our awakening moment, I'm assuming, right? So doesn't that sound just swell? All you gotta do is let Nanamichi die here, and you'll be on your way to a life filled with sunshine and roses. Yeah, true.
どっちを選ぶ？
When you put it like that,
タッキーがここで頑張ってでも死んで全てが無になるか、バラ色の人生か。
listen, if we die here, we can't play more ESO. What are we supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Argue with you? Yeah, and they got the eyes on her wrists too. I don't want to die.
痛いのは嫌だ。死ぬのは嫌だ。消えるのは嫌だ。ナナミがどうなろうと。
I muttered all of that to myself. That was my way of trying to make it sound convincing. The one I should trust, it wasn't Shogun, it was
あ
Seiratan.
の剣は剣に見えるだけで剣じゃない。ただの光の反射とか目の錯覚だ。
True.
そうだよ。さあ帰ろう。帰ったらさ、私のパンツ見ながらいっぱいエッチなこと想像していいから。
Whoa, we're in?
僕帰る。
Base?
帰ってセーラタンにハーハーするよ。
嬉しいな。タッキーのためにエッチなポーズたくさんしてあげるね。
Thanks. I slowly withdrew my outstretched hand. That alone made me feel much more at ease. I took Seiratan out of my chest pocket and gazed at her smile. As long as I had her forgiveness, I didn't need anything else. I sniffled, sucking up the snot that had been dripping from my nose. I then turned around and started walking toward Shogun.
誰が動いていいと許可した？
I did.
クエストはまだクリアしていないぞ。
Too bad.
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。
Go on, kill Nanami, see if I can.
妹一人救えないようなヘタレな妹だよ。僕に期待しないで、僕を見ないで、僕をそっとしておいて。
ではナナミちゃんは殺すことにするよ。
Yeah, have fun.
どうせもう死んでる。
She was already dead. Nami had been brutally murdered by Shogun. Everyone will report on it starting tomorrow, treating it as the 6th New Gen incident. It saddened me, but there was nothing I could do about it. Delusion time, I guess. Or is it? You okay, Nanami? Well, I mean, probably not. There's a lot of blood there. But also, this is a delusion, so it's all good. Big bro. I heard the sound. Dripping water. No! It wasn't water. It was blood. Nanami's blood. Dark red blood dripped from the wrist where her hand had been severed.
助けてくれなかったの？鬼って最低。
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's also fair. I screamed my guts out. Bro, don't show me delusions of my dead sister. That's fucked up. The world turned crimson. My anger, my sadness, my shame were ripping my head apart. My thoughts were a chaotic mess. Without any rhyme or reason, I charged towards Shogun. I made to grab him within his hiding place in the shadows. But I didn't get the physical response I'd expected. I collapsed along with the wheelchair. I must have hurt my elbow, as pain was shooting through it. Grimacing, I searched for the person who should have been sitting on the wheelchair. At my feet, a head tumbled across the ground. Terrified, I slowly reached out my hand, and what I felt was extremely hard. Rather than a freshly severed head, it was very clearly a helmet. A pitch-black helmet. Darth Vader? What was this shit?
Darth Spider.
Darth Spider? What? Darth Spider? Chapter 7, Psychopath. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god. We did it, boys. Save. Head to the main menu. Wow. Oh my god, we did it. Chapter 6 is done. we're now officially, I mean, some of those bits towards the end were already past towards what I had last remembered reading before I had stopped playing before, years ago, or a year ago, I forget when I started. So, we're in completely new ground for me. I have no idea what's going to happen. Before I had vague ideas of what was going to happen. I remember the whole, you're in front of the acrylic plate with the whole crowd down below and you're pretty much being told to jump off or whatever. And I remembered all that, but there's something up with my mic? What do you mean? What do you mean there's something up with my mic? What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. I will listen to an extreme test. I will listen to an extreme. Okay, I hear that. I hear that. Hold on. How's it now? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. How's it now? How's my microphone now? Now. How's my microphone testing now? Now. How's my microphone testing now? Now. Testing. How's my testing now? All right, I think we're good. How long has my mic been fucked? Has my mic been fucked for a while? But so yeah, as I was saying, we're at the point now where I know, where I'm done knowing what's some events that are going to happen. 3 minutes max. Okay, that's not bad then. So we've reached the point where it's all new ground for me. It's going to be all new ground for me. I only remembered some events from my last time playing, some key events, like that last scene. I remembered, like, being on the thing and being told to jump, pretty much. I remember that. I don't think I even got to the Darth Spider part. I don't remember fucking Darth Spider. I feel like I wouldn't forget Darth Spider. Whatever the implications of that are. Probably just, this was a Halloween mask, or some shit, that was, like, on the wheelchair, and he wasn't there, and that's why he used a voice changer the whole time. It's because it was just like a walkie-talkie thing or some shit. I don't know. But we survived. We made it through it. And now we're done for tonight. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out, enjoying the Chaos Head journey. And the next time we meet for Chaos Head, we will be breaking new ground completely. We're not done with, I think, the first route yet, because this is going to be Chapter 7 next. So we're almost there. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. I think, what do we have on the schedule? Tomorrow is Jack and Daxter. We're going to be playing a little bit of that late at night tomorrow. And we'll leave it at that. Right? Is that what I have on the schedule? Depending on what else I'm doing the day, I might also decide to play some Halo a little before the Jack and Daxter stream, but I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Thanks so much for coming. Bye, gamers. Stay safe. Don't lose your minds. Get your D-sword. Find your D-sword. I believe in you.